Imagine stepping into a room where every eye turns towards you, waiting for you to speak. The air thickens with expectation, shoulders tense, breath catches in throats, and you say nothing. Not from fear, not from confusion, but from calculated intent. In that stretched moment of silence, something extraordinary happens. The power dynamic shifts. Those who are waiting to hear you speak begin filling the void with their own anxieties, their own assumptions, their own revelations. You have done nothing, and yet you have done everything. This is not passivity. This is mastery. This is the ancient art that Niccolò Machiavelli understood 5 centuries ago, though it has been practiced by the powerful for millennia before him, and continues to be wielded by those who truly understand influence today. Welcome to the world of strategic silence, where the absence of words can speak louder than any speech, where restraint becomes a form of action, and where those who control their tongue control the room. We live in an age of relentless noise. Notifications ping, emails demand immediate responses. Social media celebrates those who speak first, speak loudest, speak most. The modern world has convinced us that visibility equals value, that silence equals irrelevance, that if we are not constantly broadcasting our thoughts, we might as well not exist. Yet, paradoxically, in this cacophony of voices, all competing for attention, the most powerful individuals often say the least. They understand something that emerges from Machiavelli's observations in his famous treatise, The Prince. While he rarely used the word silence itself, his emphasis on concealing intentions, speaking carefully, and avoiding unnecessary commitments points to a deeper principle. They understand that words, once spoken, become weapons that can turn against their wielder. They understand that silence creates a vacuum that others rush to fill, often revealing far more than they intended. They understand that the person who speaks last, or not at all, often holds the most power in any exchange. Consider the courtroom, where a defendant's silence can speak of dignity or guilt, depending entirely on what the jury projects onto that blank canvas. Think of the boardroom, where a CEO pauses for 10 full seconds after a bold proposal. And in those 10 seconds, the proposer begins to doubt themselves, to reconsider, to lower their demands without a single word of negotiation. Recall the poker table where the player who betrays nothing, who sits in perfect stillness while others fidget and chat, becomes the most feared presence at the felt. These are not coincidences. These are applications of a principle that runs deeper than mere communication tactics. This is about understanding power itself, about recognizing that influence flows not just through what we do and say, but through what we conspicuously do not do and do not say. The conventional wisdom tells us to fill silences, to smooth over awkward pauses, to reassure others with our words. But conventional wisdom often serves to keep us comfortable, not powerful. Machiavelli was not interested in comfort. He was interested in effectiveness, in results, in the cold machinery of how power actually operates versus how we wish it would operate. And in his observations of princes, politicians, and power brokers of Renaissance Italy, we can trace how the most successful leaders knew when to speak, and more critically, when to remain silent. This principle emerges from his broader teachings about concealment and strategic ambiguity. They knew that every word was a commitment, every promise a potential chain, every explanation a window into their thinking that opponents could exploit. This is not about becoming cold or calculating in the cruel sense. It is about becoming strategic. It is about recognizing that in a world where everyone is oversharing, over-explaining, and over-committing, the person who exercises restraint automatically distinguishes themselves. They become mysterious. They become more carefully listened to when they do speak. They become harder to read, harder to manipulate, harder to predict. They become, in short, more powerful, and they achieve this not through grand gestures or eloquent speeches, but through the simple, difficult act of closing their mouth and keeping it closed. The Florentine and the architecture of strategic silence. To understand the power of strategic silence, we must first understand the man who, perhaps more than any other Western thinker, articulated the ruthlessly practical nature of political power. Niccolò Machiavelli was born in Florence in 1469, during one of the most turbulent periods in Italian history. The Italian peninsula was a patchwork of competing city-states, each vying for dominance, each forming and breaking alliances with dizzying speed. Into this world of constant intrigue, betrayal, and shifting loyalties, Machiavelli entered as a diplomat and political observer, and what he witnessed would shape his understanding of power for the rest of his life. Machiavelli served the Florentine Republic as a senior official, traveling on diplomatic missions, observing how different leaders maintained control, how they inspired loyalty or fear, how they rose to power and how they fell from it. He watched carefully, he took notes, and what he saw was often at odds with the idealized notions of leadership promoted by the church and classical philosophers. He saw that the leaders who succeeded were not always the most virtuous, the most honest, or the most transparent. Often, they were the most adaptable, the most willing to conceal their true intentions, the most skilled at saying little while accomplishing much. When the Medici family returned to power in Florence in 1512, Machiavelli fell from favor. He was briefly imprisoned, even tortured, and then exiled to his small estate outside the city. It was during this forced retirement that he wrote his most famous work, The Prince. Composed in 1513, this slim volume would become one of the most influential and controversial texts in Western political thought. Machiavelli dedicated it to Lorenzo de' Medici, hoping it might win him favor and a return to political life. That hope went unfulfilled in his lifetime, but the book's influence has endured for over 5 centuries. The Prince is often misread as a manual for tyranny, a handbook for ruthless dictators. This interpretation misses the subtlety of Machiavelli's actual argument. He was not advocating for cruelty for its own sake. He was describing, with unflinching honesty, how power actually works as opposed to how we wish it would work. He was pointing out that the leader who is always honest, always transparent, always quick to speak, their mind will quickly find themselves outmaneuvered by those who are more strategic, more careful, more willing to conceal their cards. Among these strategies, though not always explicitly labelled as such, runs a consistent thread regarding the power of silence and selective speech. Machiavelli understood that words are binding in a way that silence never is. When a prince makes a public promise, he becomes constrained by that promise. His enemies know his intentions. His allies hold him to his word. His future options narrow. But when a prince remains silent or speaks only in vague generalities, he preserves his flexibility. He can adapt to changing circumstances without appearing to break his word, because he never fully committed his word to begin with. This principle flows naturally from Machiavelli's teachings about deception and strategic flexibility. This is not dishonesty in the crude sense. It is strategic ambiguity, the refusal to be pinned down until the optimal moment for declaration arrives. Consider Machiavelli's famous dictum that it is better to be feared than loved when one cannot be both. This is often interpreted as advocacy for cruelty. But look deeper, and we can see how this principle extends to communication itself. Fear built on unpredictable silence can be far more sustainable than fear built on constant threats. The leader who rants and raves, who constantly verbalizes their anger and intention to punish, eventually becomes predictable. Their threats lose power. But the leader who says nothing, whose displeasure is marked by a chilling withdrawal of words and attention, becomes far more intimidating. People project their worst fears onto that silence. They imagine punishments more severe than any actual punishment might be. The silence becomes its own form of psychological pressure. Throughout The Prince, Machiavelli returns again and again to the theme of concealment. The effective prince must appear one way while potentially being another. He must seem generous while being prudent, seem merciful while being capable of severity, seem straightforward while being strategically opaque. And silence is perhaps the greatest tool for this concealment. The prince who speaks constantly, who explains himself at every turn, who feels compelled to justify his decisions, reveals too much. He shows his reasoning, his fears, his priorities. He becomes readable. And to be readable is to be vulnerable. Machiavelli also understood that silence creates space for others to reveal themselves. In diplomatic negotiations, the diplomat who talks less learns more. In court intrigue, the courtier who asks questions and then goes silent often prompts others to fill that silence with information they had not intended to share. In military strategy, the general who does not telegraph his plans through constant communication maintains the element of surprise. Silence, in this sense, is not passive. It is actively strategic. It is a tool for gathering intelligence, for maintaining mystery, for keeping opponents off balance. The great irony of Machiavelli's reputation is that he has become associated with verbose scheming and elaborate manipulation. But read The Prince carefully, and you will find an appreciation for economy of action and word. The effective prince does not do more than necessary. He does not say more than necessary. He achieves his aims through the minimum expenditure of resources, including the resource of speech. Unnecessary words are unnecessary risks. Every explanation is an opportunity for misunderstanding. Every promise is a potential weakness. The wise prince hoards his words as carefully as he hoards his gold, spending them only when the return on investment is clear. In the centuries since Machiavelli wrote, his insights have been applied, consciously or unconsciously, by countless leaders, negotiators, and strategists. We can observe these principles at work when a CEO listens silently while subordinates argue, then makes a final decision without explaining all the reasoning behind it, or when a diplomat responds to an aggressive demand with a long, thoughtful pause that makes the demander begin to doubt themselves. The poker player who gives nothing away, forcing others to guess and often guess wrong. The parent who responds to a teenager's dramatic pronouncement with calm, unreadable silence, rather than immediate argument. Whether or not these practitioners consciously think of themselves as following Machiavellian principles, the strategic use of silence achieves similar effects. What Machiavelli grasped, and what remains true today, is that silence is not merely the absence of communication, it is a form of communication in itself. It sends signals, it creates effects, it shapes perceptions, and when wielded with intention and skill, it becomes one of the most powerful tools in the arsenal of influence. The question is not whether to use silence, but how to use it, when to use it, and what effects you wish to create through its use. To answer those questions, we must look beyond political philosophy and into the very structure of the human brain, because the power of silence is not just cultural or strategic, it is neurological. It is wired into how we process the world. Inside your skull, at this very moment, approximately 86 billion neurons, give or take, are engaged in an intricate dance of electrical and chemical signals. These neurons communicate through action potentials, brief pulses of electricity that travel along neural pathways at speeds up to 250 miles per hour. This constant chatter forms the basis of every thought, every perception, every memory you have ever experienced. But here is what is fascinating and directly relevant to our exploration of strategic silence. The brain does not just respond to signals, it also responds powerfully to the absence of signals. Neuroscientists studying the brain's response to sound and silence have discovered something remarkable. When we hear silence after a period of sound, or when we encounter silence where we expected sound, specific neural circuits activate. The brain treats silence not as nothing, but as something. It processes silences using many of the same mechanisms it uses to process sounds. This is not merely a philosophical observation. This is measurable brain activity, visible in functional magnetic resonance imaging and electroencephalography studies. The implications for strategic silence are profound, because it means that when you choose to be silent in a conversation, you are not simply failing to provide information, you are actively providing a stimulus that the brain processes, interprets, and responds to. One of the most influential researchers in this area, Joe Tien at the Medical College of Georgia, proposed what he calls the neural self-information theory. According to this theory, the brain uses not just the firing of neurons, but the spaces between firings, the interspike intervals, to encode information. Think of it like Morse code. Morse code uses both dots and dashes, sounds and silences, to transmit meaning. The brain appears to work similarly. Groups of neurons that enter atypical silent states at the same time, what Tien calls entering a surprisal state, form clicks that generate specific perceptions and thoughts. The brain, in Tien's words, uses these durations of silence to encrypt information. This means that silence is not an empty vessel. It is not a blank space in the neural landscape. It is active information processing. When you pause before responding in a conversation, your brain is not idle. It is consolidating what you have heard, accessing relevant memories, evaluating possible responses, and preparing for action. But here is the crucial part for strategic silence. The other person's brain is also active during that pause. And what it does may work in your favor. Their brain enters what psychologists call mentalizing mode. It tries to read your mind. It attempts to guess what you are thinking, what you are feeling, what you might say next. This mentalizing process is cognitively demanding. It requires the brain to construct hypothetical mental states and test them against the available evidence. When you provide no verbal evidence, when you remain silent, the other person's brain has to work harder. It fills in the gaps with its own assumptions, often projecting its own anxieties, desires, or expectations onto you. If they feel guilty about something, they may assume your silence indicates disapproval. If they are uncertain about their position, they may interpret your silence as skepticism. If they are seeking approval, they may read your silence as judgment. In each case, your silence has created a space that they fill with meaning of their own making, meaning that often serves your strategic interests even though you did nothing to create it except remain quiet. The amygdala, those almond-shaped clusters of neurons deep in the brain that process emotion and threat, responds powerfully to silence in social contexts. When there is a pause in conversation, especially an unexpected one, the amygdala can interpret this as a potential threat. This makes evolutionary sense. In our ancestral environment, sudden silence often signaled danger. The birds stopped singing because a predator approached. The nearby tribe fell quiet before launching an attack. The child stopped making noise because something was wrong. This ancient programming remains with us. When conversation unexpectedly stops, a part of our brain goes on alert. We become more vigilant, more focused, more attuned to subtle cues. This heightened state of attention can work to the advantage of the person who controls the silence, because suddenly everyone is paying very close attention to them, waiting for their next move. Research from Duke University found something even more intriguing. When mice were exposed to 2 hours of silence daily, they developed new cells in the hippocampus, the brain region most associated with memory and emotional regulation. While this research was conducted on mice, it suggests that silence does not just allow for rest, but may actively promote neural growth. The brain appears to use quiet periods to consolidate memories, to process experiences, to strengthen important neural connections. This could be why the 3-second pause before responding often leads to better responses. It is not just about appearing thoughtful. It may be about actually being more thoughtful, giving your brain the space it needs to access relevant information and construct an optimal reply. The default mode network, a set of brain regions that activate during rest and introspection, plays a crucial role here. When we are not focused on external tasks, when we are not talking or actively processing incoming information, this network fires up. It engages in self-reflection, future planning, and integration of experiences. Strategic pauses in conversation allow this network to activate, even briefly. This is when sudden insights occur, when connections between seemingly unrelated ideas suddenly become clear, when the perfect response crystallizes in your mind. By rushing to fill every silence, we short-circuit this process. By embracing strategic pauses, we harness it. There is also a fascinating phenomenon regarding how the brain predicts and responds to conversational rhythm. Research using electroencephalography has shown that the brain generates specific electrical patterns when it expects a response in conversation. When that response is delayed beyond the typical threshold of around 400 milliseconds, but less than about 1,000 milliseconds, a neural signature called the N400 effect can be observed. This is associated with semantic processing and expectancy violation. Essentially, the brain is working harder to process what is happening, which means the eventual message, when it comes, gets more neural attention than it would have if delivered immediately. A well-timed pause makes your words land with more impact because the brain has been primed to pay attention. But there is a timing element to this that is crucial. Silence that is too brief may not be noticed. Silence that is too long may tip over from productive tension into awkwardness or confusion. Research on conversational norms suggests the sweet spot appears to be between 1 and 3 seconds in most Western conversational contexts, though this varies considerably by culture. Within that window, you create anticipation without creating discomfort. You give both your brain and theirs time to process without giving so much time that attention starts to wander or anxiety spikes too high. This is a learned skill, a feel for timing that develops with practice, but it is grounded in these neural realities of how brains process conversational flow. Understanding these neurological foundations does more than just explain why silence works. It also helps us use it more effectively. If you know that your pause is activating the other person's mentalizing processes, you can be more deliberate about what cues you provide during that pause. Your facial expression, your posture, your eye contact all become signals that their brain will interpret while trying to read your mental state. If you know that silence promotes consolidation and reflection, you can use pauses not just strategically, but also to genuinely improve your own thinking in the moment. If you know that the amygdala responds to unexpected conversational silence as a potential threat signal, you can use silence to create productive tension in negotiations or to interrupt escalating conflicts and reset emotional tone. The brain, in short, is wired to respond to silence in powerful ways. Silence is never neutral in neural terms. It is always doing something, always triggering processes, always shaping the activity of the neural networks that determine what we think, feel, and do. When you choose to be strategically silent, you're not opting out of the neural conversation. You're participating in it with exquisite precision, using the architecture of the brain itself as your ally in the art of influence. While neuroscience reveals the mechanical infrastructure of how silence works in the brain, Psychology explores the subjective experience of silence and the meanings we construct around it. These two levels of analysis complement each other. The neural hardware creates the possibilities. The psychological software determines how those possibilities play out in actual human interaction. And what psychology reveals is that silence is perhaps the most emotionally charged absence in human experience. We do not just notice silence, we feel it, interpret it, react to it with an intensity that can seem disproportionate to what is, after all, merely a lack of sound. Human beings are fundamentally social creatures. Our survival as a species has depended on our ability to form groups, cooperate, communicate, and coordinate our actions with others. This social nature is not just cultural. It is biological, psychological, embedded in our deepest emotional circuitry. One of the ways we maintain our social bonds is through conversation, through the back and forth flow of speech that signals connection, understanding, shared presence. When that flow is interrupted by silence, especially silence from someone we are actively engaged with, our psychological alarm systems activate. The silence is interpreted not as neutral absence, but as a meaningful event requiring interpretation and response. Research from the University of Groningen in the Netherlands found that naturally flowing conversation creates feelings of belonging, self-esteem, and social validation. These are powerful emotional needs. When conversation flow is interrupted by silence, especially silence that lasts more than about 4 seconds according to their research, people begin to experience negative emotions associated with rejection or social disconnection. This is the discomfort you feel when someone does not respond as quickly as expected. This is the anxiety that makes you want to fill silences with chatter. This is the vulnerability that strategic silence can exploit. Because here is the critical insight from a Machiavellian perspective. If you can become comfortable with silence, if you can train yourself not to experience those few seconds of quiet as threatening or awkward, then you possess a tool that will consistently unsettle others who have not developed that same comfort. They will feel the discomfort. They will experience the instinct to fill the void. And in filling it, they will often give away information, make concessions, reveal vulnerabilities that they would have kept hidden had you spoken first. This is not manipulation in a sinister sense. It is simply an understanding of psychological dynamics and a willingness to use them. The emotional weight of silence varies dramatically across cultures, and this is essential to understand if you wish to use strategic silence effectively in diverse contexts. In many Western cultures, particularly in the United States, Canada, and parts of Northern Europe, conversational overlap and rapid turn-taking are normal. Pauses longer than a second or two can feel awkward. People rush to fill them. This creates an environment where strategic silence has tremendous leverage, because it violates expectations so clearly. In contrast, in countries like Japan, Finland, and several indigenous cultures around the world, longer pauses are normal and even valued. Silence is seen as thoughtful, respectful, a sign of careful consideration. In these contexts, strategic silence works differently. It does not create the same pressure cooker effect, but it can still be powerful in conveying composure, depth of thought, and refusal to be rushed. The interpretation of silence also depends heavily on context and relationship. Between intimate partners, silence can mean comfort and understanding, or it can mean withdrawal and passive aggression. And often the only way to know which is by attending to other cues and the history of the relationship. In a job interview, a thoughtful pause before answering a difficult question can make you appear wise and careful, or it can make you appear unprepared and nervous, depending on your body language and the interviewer's expectations. In a courtroom, A defendant's silence can be read as dignity and innocence, or as guilt and evasion. The same action, silence, generates completely different interpretations depending on the frame around it. This ambiguity is precisely what makes silence so powerful and so risky. It is a high variance tool. Used well, it can dramatically amplify your presence and influence. Used poorly, it can undermine you. The key is to provide enough context through other means, particularly through body language and situational awareness, that your silence is interpreted in the way you intend. If you want your silence to convey thoughtful consideration, your facial expression should be engaged and thoughtful, not blank or hostile. If you want your silence to convey confident refusal to be pushed into a hasty response, your posture should be relaxed and grounded, not tense or avoidant. If you want your silence to de-escalate a heated argument, your physical presence should be calm and open, not aggressive or withdrawn. The psychology of silence also intersects with power dynamics in revealing ways. Research on organizational behavior has found patterns suggesting that higher status individuals tend to speak less in meetings and take longer pauses before responding. They can afford to make others wait. Lower status individuals, in contrast, often feel pressure to respond immediately, to fill silences, to demonstrate their engagement through constant participation. This pattern appears to both reflect and reinforce status hierarchies. The person who can remain silent without anxiety signals their confidence and their power. The person who must always be talking, always explaining, always justifying may signal their insecurity and their lower position. Strategic silence can therefore be a way to claim or demonstrate status, even when formal hierarchy might suggest otherwise. If you are in a meeting with people more senior than you, and someone asks you a challenging question, the instinct might be to rush to answer to prove your competence. But a brief pause, a thoughtful look, and then a measured response can actually signal more competence and confidence than rapid-fire defensiveness. You are showing that you do not feel threatened. You are showing that you think before you speak. You are showing that you value precision over speed. These are all high-status behaviors, and they can subtly shift how others perceive you. There is also a fascinating psychological phenomenon around silence and confession. Police interrogators have long known that one of the most effective techniques for getting suspects to talk is to ask a question and then remain completely silent, maintaining eye contact, waiting. The silence creates such psychological pressure that many people will begin talking just to relieve the tension, often saying more than they intended to say. This works not because of some special interrogation magic, but because of basic human psychology. We are wired to interpret prolonged silence, especially from someone in a position of authority who is directing attention at us, as demanding a response. The discomfort of not responding, of sitting in that silence, becomes greater than the risk of talking. This same dynamic can occur in negotiations, job interviews, sales conversations, any context where one party asks a question or makes a statement and then strategically remains silent. But there is a crucial ethical line here. Using silence to create productive tension in a negotiation among relative equals is one thing. Using silence as a form of psychological torture, or to manipulate someone who is vulnerable or less powerful, is another. The Machiavellian approach to power is amoral, focused on effectiveness rather than ethics. But that does not mean we must abandon ethics when applying these principles. Strategic silence is most defensible when used in contexts where all parties have agency and where the stakes are professional or strategic rather than deeply personal. It becomes more questionable when used to manipulate intimate relationships, to extract confessions from powerless individuals, or to assert dominance in contexts where power imbalances already exist. The psychological power of silence is real, measurable, and potent. It taps into deep-seated human needs for social connection and validation. It exploits our discomfort with ambiguity and uncertainty. It leverages status dynamics and cultural norms. Understanding these psychological mechanisms does not diminish their power. If anything, it enhances it, because you can use silence with greater precision and awareness. You can read the room and adjust your approach based on how your silence is being received. You can recognize when others are using silence on you and respond with your own calm comfort rather than anxious chatter. You can, in short, master the psychological game of silence rather than being its victim. If silence were simple, it would not be powerful. Its power lies precisely in its versatility, in the multiple forms it can take and the diverse effects it can produce. To truly master strategic silence, you must understand that not all silences are created equal. A pause after making a bold claim does something different than a pause after someone asks you a difficult question. The silence you deploy to de-escalate conflict operates differently than the silence you use to apply pressure in a negotiation. Here, we explore 7 distinct dimensions of silence, 7 different ways this tool can be wielded, each with its own logic, its own timing, its own strategic purpose. The first dimension is processing silence. This is perhaps the most fundamental and most commonly needed form of strategic silence. It is the pause you take to absorb what you have just heard before formulating your response. In our rapid-fire communication culture, there is enormous pressure to respond immediately. To not respond immediately can feel like failure, like you are slow or unprepared. But this is backwards. The person who responds instantly is often responding from instinct or emotion rather than considered judgment. They have not had time to truly process what they heard, to consider its implications, to evaluate their options. The 3-second pause, or even a 5-second pause in important exchanges, gives your brain the time it needs to do actual thinking rather than just reacting. This form of silence is strategic not because you are trying to manipulate the other person, but because you are being genuinely thoughtful, which almost always leads to better outcomes. The second dimension is emphasis silence. This is the pause you deploy immediately after saying something important. Instead of rushing on to explain, justify, or elaborate, you let your words hang in the air. You give them space and weight. Think of a great public speaker delivering a powerful line and then going completely silent for 2, 3, even 5 seconds while the audience absorbs it. That silence is not awkward, it is amplifying. It says, "This matters, pay attention, let this sink in." In one-on-one conversation, the same principle applies. When you state your price in a negotiation, when you articulate a boundary in a relationship, when you deliver a key point in a presentation, resist the urge to immediately soften it with qualifiers or rush to the next thing. Let it land. The silence serves as bold text and underline for your most important communications. The third dimension is emotional regulation silence. This is the strategic pause you take when emotions are running high, either yours or the other person's. When someone is escalating, when anger is building, when a conversation is about to tip into conflict, a well-placed pause can function as a circuit breaker. It interrupts the emotional momentum. It creates a space where both parties can take a breath, literally and figuratively. This type of silence is not hostile or cold. It is calm. It is the adult in the room choosing not to match energy with energy, but instead to create a moment of stillness. In relationships, in workplace conflicts, even in public forums, the person who can pause when others are accelerating often becomes the de facto leader of the interaction simply through their emotional steadiness. The fourth dimension is strategic ambiguity silence. This is the Machiavellian classic, the refusal to commit, explain, or clarify, when doing so would box you in or reveal your hand. When someone asks you to take a position on something and you are not ready to commit, this form of silence preserves your flexibility. When someone demands to know your plans and revealing them would give them an advantage, this form of silence protects your strategic interests. It is the silence of the poker player who does not explain their strategy, of the CEO who does not lay out every detail of their thinking, of the diplomat who responds to an aggressive demand with a thoughtful look and no immediate concession. This is where silence becomes a tool for maintaining mystery and unpredictability, both valuable assets in competitive environments. The fifth dimension is listening silence. This is the most generous form of strategic silence. The pause you give to truly hear what another person is saying. It is strategic not in the sense of gaining advantage over them, but in the sense of gaining understanding. When you ask someone a question and then actually shut up and listen to their full answer without interrupting, without formulating your response while they are still talking, without jumping in the moment they pause for breath, you learn far more. You pick up on nuances, on emotional undertones, on what is not being said as well as what is. Leaders who master listening silence find that they make better decisions because they have better information. Negotiators who master it find that they reach better agreements because they actually understand what the other party needs and values. This form of silence is powerful because it is rare. Most people do not really listen. They wait to talk. True listening silence stands out. The sixth dimension is diffusing silence. This is the response to outrageous anchors, unreasonable demands, or provocative statements. When someone says something designed to shock you, anger you, or throw you off balance, the instinctive response is to argue, to protest, to push back verbally. But often, the most powerful response is stunned silence. You simply look at them, you register what they said, and you say nothing. This forces them to sit with the absurdity or aggressiveness of their own position. It communicates without words that you are not going to dignify that with a response, or that you are so unimpressed that it does not merit discussion. In negotiations, when someone opens with a laughably low offer or impossibly high demand, your silence can be more devastating than any amount of arguing. It says, "You will need to do better than that," without you having to say anything at all. The seventh dimension is authority silence. This is the composed pause that high-status individuals use almost unconsciously. It is the doctor who lets you finish describing your symptoms and then looks thoughtful before responding. It is the judge who hears arguments from both sides and then considers in silence before issuing a ruling. It is the executive who listens to a pitch and then leans back and takes a moment before making a decision. This silence communicates, "I am not rushed, I'm in control of this conversation's pace. My considered judgment matters enough that it is worth waiting for." It is the opposite of the anxious chatter that characterizes lower status interactions. Developing your capacity for authority silence, for that relaxed, confident pause, can shift how others perceive and treat you, even when formal status indicators are equal. Mastering these 7 dimensions requires practice and self-awareness. It requires that you catch yourself in the act of filling silences unnecessarily and choose differently. It requires that you notice which types of silence make you uncomfortable and work to build your tolerance. It requires that you observe others, noting who uses silence effectively and what effects it creates. And it requires experimentation, trying different types of pauses in different contexts and seeing what happens. You will make some silences awkward at first. That is fine. That is the learning process. With time and attention, you develop an intuitive feel for which silence to deploy when, how long to hold it, and how to break it when the moment is right. This is the craft of strategic silence, and like any craft, it improves with dedicated practice. Strategic silence is never truly silent. While your mouth may be closed, your body is always communicating. The human capacity to read non-verbal cues is extraordinary, honed by millions of years of evolution. Long before our ancestors developed complex language, they were reading each other's postures, gestures, and facial expressions to determine intention, emotion, and threat level. That ancient perceptual system remains active in every interaction, processing the flood of nonverbal information that accompanies, or, in the case of silence, replaces verbal communication. This means that the power of your silence depends enormously on what your body is doing while your mouth stays closed. Consider posture first. The person who stands or sits with slouched shoulders, collapsed chest, head tilted down, conveys submission and insecurity even if they choose not to speak. Their silence reads as weakness or discomfort. In contrast, the person who maintains an open, upright posture with shoulders back, chest open, head level, and weight evenly distributed conveys confidence and groundedness. Their silence reads as thoughtfulness or authority. This is not about puffing yourself up artificially or adopting some rigid military bearing. It is about cultivating a natural, relaxed uprightness that signals you are comfortable in your own skin and in the moment. When you pair this postural confidence with strategic silence, you create a powerful impression of someone who doesn't need to fill the space with words because they are perfectly at ease, commanding the space with their presence. Eye contact becomes even more critical during silence. When you are speaking, you can afford to glance away occasionally. But when you are silent, especially in a one-on-one or small group setting, your eye contact carries enormous weight. Maintaining steady, calm eye contact, while silent communicates engagement, confidence, and often a quiet challenge. It says, I am paying attention, I am not intimidated, and I expect you to continue or to respond. Breaking eye contact during strategic silence, particularly by looking down, can undermine the power of the pause. It can make you appear uncomfortable or uncertain, which invites the other person to interpret your silence as weakness rather than strategy. The exception is in certain cultural contexts where prolonged, direct eye contact is considered aggressive or disrespectful. Always calibrate to cultural norms, but within those norms, steady eye contact during silence is powerful. Your hands and arms also speak. Crossed arms during silence can read as defensive or closed off, though in some contexts it can also read as patient and comfortable. Open hands, visible and relaxed at your sides or on the table, generally convey openness and confidence. Fidgeting with objects, touching your face, or engaging in small repetitive movements during silence broadcasts anxiety and undermines the strategic impact of not speaking. The person who can remain still with controlled, minimal movement appears more grounded and authoritative. Think of the difference between a seasoned poker player who sits in perfect stillness versus an amateur whose hands betray their nervousness. The same principle applies to strategic silence in conversation. Your stillness amplifies your silence. Facial expression is perhaps the most nuanced element. A blank or neutral expression during silence can read as cold or detached. A thoughtful expression, perhaps with slightly furrowed brow and lips in a neutral or slightly pursed position, reads as engaged consideration. A slight smile or warm expression during silence can communicate patience or encouragement. The key is matching your facial expression to the intent behind your silence. If you are deploying listening silence to encourage someone to open up, a warm, encouraging expression makes that silence inviting rather than intimidating. If you are deploying diffusing silence in response to an outrageous demand, a more neutral or slightly skeptical expression communicates that you are unimpressed without being hostile. Your face provides the emotional texture that helps others interpret the meaning of your pause. Breathing, though not always visible, affects your entire physical presence in ways that others unconsciously perceive. When you are anxious, your breathing becomes shallow and rapid, centered in your chest. This subtle change in your body affects how you hold yourself, the micro movements of your torso, even the quality of your skin tone due to changes in oxygenation. Calm, deep breathing from the diaphragm, in contrast, creates a sense of groundedness and composure that others can feel, even if they cannot articulate why. Before entering a situation where you plan to use strategic silence, taking a moment to center yourself with a few deep breaths can make an enormous difference in how that silence is received. Your calm will be palpable, and that calm makes your silence powerful rather than awkward. Movement during silence matters too. In a one-on-one conversation, remaining relatively still in your seat or standing position creates a sense of presence. In a larger group or presentation context, purposeful, slow movement can emphasize a point during a pause. What undermines strategic silence is nervous, fidgety movement or pacing. The person who cannot stand still while silent appears uncomfortable with the silence and thus weakens its effect. The person who moves deliberately and then becomes still while silent demonstrates control and intention. Think of how a great actor might move across a stage, delivering a line, and then becoming perfectly still while the audience absorbs it. That stillness is not accidental, it is trained technique. There is also fascinating research on what are called power poses. Psychologist Amy Cuddy and her colleagues studied how adopting expansive postures, standing tall with arms spread or hands on hips, can affect not just how others perceive you, but how you feel about yourself. While the original hormonal claims from the early research have been debated, and some findings have not replicated consistently, the behavioral and subjective effects appear more robust. When you adopt a confident physical posture, you tend to feel more confident, and that internal shift can affect how you interact. Before a high-stakes conversation where you plan to use strategic silence, spending a minute or two in a private power pose, literally standing with your hands on your hips or your arms spread wide, may help shift your internal state toward confidence. Then, when you enter the interaction and deploy your silence, you do so from a more grounded place. The synthesis of all these elements is what we might call congruence. Your silence is most powerful when your body language is congruent with confidence, calm, and intention. If your mouth is silent, but your body is screaming discomfort, the discomfort will win. People will read you as uncomfortable and may even feel sorry for you, which is the opposite of the dynamic you want to create. But when everything aligns, when your posture is open and grounded, your eye contact steady, your facial expression thoughtful and engaged, your breathing deep and regular, your hands still and visible, and your overall energy calm and present, then your silence becomes almost magnetic. People pay attention, they lean in, they wait for you, they accord you the respect and attention that silence without these physical foundations would never command. Practicing this congruence is essential. Stand in front of a mirror and practice being silent for 10, 20, 30 seconds while monitoring your body language. Notice where your eyes want to dart. Notice where your hands want to fidget. Notice where your posture wants to collapse. Then consciously correct these habits, building new patterns of physical stillness and presence. Film yourself in practice conversations and watch them back, not listening to your words, but watching your body during the pauses. You will immediately see where you are undermining yourself with nervous habits, or where you are successfully projecting calm authority. This kind of feedback is invaluable because most of our nonverbal communication is unconscious. Making it conscious and then training it is how you ensure that your body amplifies rather than undermines the strategic power of your silence. Perhaps nowhere is strategic silence more immediately and obviously powerful than in negotiations. Whether you are negotiating a salary, a business deal, the price of a car, or a peace treaty between nations, the dynamics are similar. Multiple parties with different interests and different information attempt to reach an agreement that all find acceptable, or at least preferable, to no agreement. In this context, information is power. Whoever knows more and reveals less has an advantage. And one of the most effective tools for learning more while revealing less is silence. Research from Harvard Law School's program on negotiation has consistently shown that negotiators who speak less and listen more achieve better outcomes. This is counterintuitive for many people who imagine negotiation as a battle of wits, where the most articulate, fast-talking person wins. But the reality is that the person who asks good questions and then shuts up to listen to the answers gathers critical information about the other side's priorities, constraints, and flexibility. The person who does all the talking reveals their hand without learning the other side's. Every sentence you speak in a negotiation is data for the other side to analyze. Every silence you hold is time for you to analyze their data. One of the most powerful applications of silence in negotiation comes after the other side makes an offer or states a position. The instinctive response is to immediately counter or react. But consider what happens if you simply remain silent instead. If their offer is reasonable, your silence may make them nervous that it is not good enough, and they may sweeten it without you saying a word. If their offer is outrageous, your stunned silence communicates your reaction far more powerfully than any amount of protesting. It forces them to sit with the absurdity of what they just proposed. Either way, you have communicated without committing, without revealing your reasoning, without giving them anything to work with. This is pure strategic advantage. Recent research from MIT Sloan School of Management took this further. They ran experiments where participants were randomly assigned roles in employment negotiations, and some participants were instructed to introduce strategic pauses. The findings were remarkable. When silence was used tactically, the person initiating the silence tended to adopt a more deliberative mindset and was more likely to recognize opportunities for both parties to improve the deal. In other words, silence did not just benefit the silent party through psychological pressure, it actually improved the quality of agreements by creating space for creative problem solving. Both parties ended up with better outcomes when silence was part of the negotiation process. The mechanism here relates to what psychologists call moving from fixed pie thinking to integrative thinking. Fixed pie thinking assumes that any gain for one side is a loss for the other. Integrative thinking recognizes that different parties value different things, and clever agreements can give each side more of what they most want. But this kind of creative thinking requires reflection. It requires getting out of the rapid-fire, reactive mode of back and forth arguing and into a more thoughtful space. Silence creates that space. When you pause to genuinely consider what you have heard and what options might exist, you're more likely to find those creative solutions. And when you give the other side space to think by not immediately filling every pause with your own agenda, they too have a chance to shift out of competitive mode into collaborative mode. There is also a specific technique called the flinch that combines silence with body language. When the other side states a price or term that is unfavorable to you, you physically flinch, showing visible surprise or concern, and then go silent. You do not argue. You do not counteroffer. You just register shock and wait. This combination of non-verbal reaction and verbal silence often prompts the other party to reconsider and revise their position without you having to explicitly reject it. They see that they have overreached and they self-correct. This works because humans are socially attuned creatures. We monitor each other's reactions constantly. A strong negative reaction followed by silence is a powerful signal that something needs to change. Timing is critical in negotiation silence. Too short a pause and it is barely noticed. Too long and it becomes awkward in a way that undermines rather than enhances your position. In most negotiation contexts, a pause of 3 to 5 seconds after the other side makes a statement or offer hits the sweet spot. It is long enough to create noticeable space, to make them wonder what you are thinking, but not so long that conversation breaks down. During that pause, maintain your posture and eye contact. Let them see that you are considering, processing, evaluating. Then, when you do speak, your words will carry more weight because you have demonstrated that they are the product of careful thought. There is one important exception to the benefits of strategic silence in negotiation that the MIT research revealed. When there are significant status differences and the lower status party initiates silence, it can backfire. If you are a job candidate negotiating with a senior executive and you go strategically silent after they make an offer, they may interpret this as presumptuous or even insulting. The silence does not create productive reflection. It creates tension and discomfort for you because the status dynamic makes your silence feel like insubordination. In these situations, you're better off using shorter pauses and more verbal acknowledgement while still incorporating thoughtfulness into your process. You might say something like, "That's a significant offer, and I want to take a moment to really consider it," and then take a shorter pause. This preserves some of the power of silence without triggering status-based backlash. Cultural context also matters enormously in negotiation silence. In high-context cultures such as Japan, Korea, or several Middle Eastern countries, longer pauses and indirect communication are normal and expected. Strategic silence works well because it fits the cultural norms. In low-context cultures like the United States, Germany, or Australia, where direct, rapid communication is valued, strategic silence stands out more and can therefore be even more powerful, but it also risks being misinterpreted as confusion or disengagement if not deployed with clear nonverbal cues. When negotiating across cultures, research the norms, adjust your baseline, but understand that within any cultural context, the person who is comfortable with silence and knows how to use it has an advantage over those who are not and do not. The negotiation table is where the abstract principles of strategic silence become concrete tactics with measurable outcomes. Using silence to absorb information, to avoid premature commitment, to create pressure without aggression, to shift from competitive to creative thinking. These are not philosophical concepts. These are practical techniques that can mean the difference between an agreement that barely meets your needs and one that exceeds them. Every skilled negotiator has learned, often through painful trial and error, that saying less and listening more is the path to better deals. Mastering silence in negotiation is not a nice-to-have skill, it is essential. Strategic silence is not confined to Renaissance political intrigue or formal business negotiations. It is a versatile tool that finds application across virtually every domain of human interaction, where influence, perception, and power dynamics come into play. Understanding how silence operates in diverse modern contexts allows you to adapt the principle to your specific circumstances, rather than trying to copy historical examples that may not translate directly. Consider the corporate boardroom. Meetings can become chaotic affairs where everyone is trying to contribute, to be heard, to prove their value. In such an environment, the executive who speaks rarely but always substantively stands out. Their silence is not disengagement, it is curation. When they do speak, everyone stops to listen because they know that this person has been absorbing, processing, evaluating, and their contribution will be worth the wait. This is a form of authority that comes not from title, though title helps, but from the demonstrated discipline of strategic silence. Junior members can actually borrow some of this authority by being more selective about when they speak, ensuring that their contributions are precise and valuable rather than frequent and filler. Job interviews present another fascinating application. The conventional wisdom is to answer questions quickly, to show competence, and to fill any awkward silences with additional information about yourself. But this often results in oversharing, in revealing weaknesses unnecessarily, in diluting your message. A more strategic approach is to pause briefly before answering each significant question, to take a visible breath and moment of thought, and then to answer concisely without rushing to elaborate beyond what was asked. This makes you appear thoughtful, confident, and controlled. The 3-second pause before answering a difficult question can transform you from appearing defensive to appearing wise, and after delivering your answer, resist the urge to keep talking. Let your answer stand. Let the interviewer respond or move on. That moment of silence after your response is you demonstrating that you trust the quality of what you said. Sales and persuasion contexts are often thought of as requiring constant talking, a stream of compelling reasons why someone should buy your product or accept your proposal. But the most skilled salespeople know that silence is their ally. After presenting key benefits, pause. Let the prospect absorb. Let them start to imagine themselves with the product or in the scenario you have described. After asking for the sale or presenting the price, go silent. Do not undermine your ask by immediately offering justifications or discounts. Let the prospect sit with the decision. Many sales are closed in those moments of silence, when the prospect talks themselves into the purchase because the salesperson resisted the urge to talk them out of it with unnecessary chatter. Conflict resolution is another domain where strategic silence is profoundly effective. When emotions are high, when voices are raised, when accusations are flying, the person who can pause and create a moment of stillness often becomes the emotional leader of the situation. This is not the silence of withdrawal or the silent treatment, which is passive-aggressive and destructive. This is the active silence of emotional regulation, the deliberate choice to not match anger with anger, not to escalate, but to create space for cooling and reflection. In mediation contexts, skilled mediators use silence to allow parties to truly hear each other. After one party speaks, instead of immediately turning to the other for their response, a few seconds of silence lets the first party's words actually land and be considered rather than immediately being buried under the next volley. Leadership, whether formal or informal, is enhanced by comfort with silence. Leaders who feel compelled to fill every moment with their voice, to answer every question immediately, to explain every decision exhaustively, often come across as insecure or overbearing. Leaders who can listen in silence, who can sit with difficult questions before responding, who can allow their team members to struggle through a problem before stepping in with solutions, build more capable teams, and command more respect. There is a form of leadership silence that is about creating space for others to grow, about not dominating every conversation, about being secure enough to let your leadership be evident through presence and thoughtful contribution, rather than constant verbal assertion. In personal relationships and social dynamics, strategic silence takes on more nuanced forms. This is not about manipulation of loved ones, but about recognizing that sometimes the most supportive thing you can do is to simply be present in silence. When a friend is going through a difficult time, the urge is often to offer advice, to try to fix the problem with words. But often, what is needed is just listening silence, the gift of your attention, without the imposition of your solutions. Similarly, in romantic relationships, the ability to be comfortably silent together, to not need constant conversation to feel connected, is often a sign of deep intimacy and security. Strategic silence in personal contexts is not about gaining advantage. It is about creating space for genuine connection and understanding. digital communication presents unique challenges and opportunities for strategic silence. In text-based interactions, the equivalent of silence is the delayed response. The person who always replies instantly appears available to the point of desperation. The person who takes time before responding, who clearly has other priorities and engagements, automatically signals higher status and value. This is not about game playing in a petty sense. It is about recognizing that in the attention economy of digital life, your availability and responsiveness are signals about your value and priorities. Strategic delays in responding, used judiciously, communicate that you have a full life and that your attention is a scarce resource to be allocated thoughtfully, not a cheap commodity to be dispensed on demand. Public speaking is perhaps where strategic silence is most visible and most powerful. Every great speaker knows the power of the pause. Martin Luther King Jr. 20 Awards S. I Have a Dream speech is punctuated with powerful silences. Steve Jobs' product launches featured moments where he would let a stunning visual or a simple statement hang in the air with no elaboration. These were not accidents. These were trained techniques. The pause after a key point allows that point to land with full weight. The pause before a key reveal builds anticipation. The pause in the middle of a story creates dramatic tension. Speakers who rush from point to point without pausing lose their audience because there is no space to absorb, to feel, to think. Strategic silence in public speaking is the difference between information delivery and truly moving an audience. Across all these domains, the underlying principle is the same. In a world that expects constant communication, strategic silence is a pattern interrupt. It creates attention. It creates space, it creates weight, and it signals confidence and control in ways that constant talking never can. The specific tactics vary by context, but the core insight remains. The person who masters silence masters a fundamental dimension of human interaction that most people never consciously consider. And that mastery translates into influence, into better outcomes, into the ability to navigate complex social and professional environments with a level of sophistication that constant talkers cannot match. No discussion of strategic silence would be complete without examining its shadow side, the ways it can be misused, the harm it can cause, and the ethical boundaries that thoughtful practitioners must consider. Machiavelli was deliberately amoral in his analysis of power, examining what works rather than what is right. But we are not obligated to abandon ethics just because we study effective techniques. In fact, understanding the dark potential of strategic silence makes us more responsible users of it and better equipped to recognize and resist its misuse by others. The most obvious misuse of silence is the silent treatment, a form of emotional manipulation common in dysfunctional relationships. This is not strategic silence. This is weaponized withdrawal, a punishment designed to create anxiety, insecurity, and compliance through emotional pain. The person deploying the silent treatment is not thoughtfully using silence for a legitimate purpose. They're using absence of communication to inflict suffering and assert control. This is passive-aggressive behavior that damages trust and connection. It is the opposite of the productive forms of silence we have been discussing, and it's important to distinguish between them clearly. If you find yourself using silence to punish rather than to reflect, to create anxiety rather than space, to control rather than to understand, you have crossed a line into manipulative territory. Power imbalances create another ethical complication. When someone with formal authority uses silence to dominate or intimidate those with less power, the silence can become oppressive. A boss who responds to an employee's reasonable question with intimidating silence is misusing the technique. A parent who uses silence to frighten a child into compliance is misusing it. A teacher who goes silent in a way that humiliates a struggling student is misusing it. The key variable here is consent and parity. In interactions between relative equals, where both parties have agency and options, strategic silence is a fair tool. When one party is dependent, vulnerable, or lacking in alternatives, using silence to press your advantage can cross into exploitation. There is also the question of deception. Strategic ambiguity, the refusal to clarify or commit, can be defensible when you are protecting your legitimate interests against strategic opponents. But it can also become a form of lying by omission when used in contexts where you have a duty to be forthcoming. If someone is entering into a contract or relationship with you based on assumptions they have stated, and you know those assumptions are false, remaining strategically silent rather than correcting them is ethically questionable. Machiavelli might say, "This is effective," and he would not be wrong. But effectiveness is not the only measure of right action. Context matters. In a poker game, deception is part of the agreed-upon rules. In a marriage, it is betrayal. Cultural sensitivity is another ethical dimension. Using silence as a strategy requires understanding and respecting cultural norms around communication. In some cultures, the kind of strategic silence we have discussed would be considered rude, arrogant, or bizarre. Imposing your communication style on someone from a different cultural background without regard for their norms is a form of cultural insensitivity at best and cultural imperialism at worst. When interacting across cultures, the ethical approach is to learn the local norms, adapt your behavior accordingly, and never use your outsider status to gain unfair advantage through communication tactics that would be inappropriate in that context. There is also the risk of overusing silence to the point where it becomes avoidance or disengagement. Some individuals, particularly those on the introverted end of the spectrum, or those who have experienced trauma around conflict, can use silence as a way to never engage, never address difficult issues, never be vulnerable or real with others. This is not strategic. This is defensive. And while it may protect you from some risks, it also cuts you off from genuine connection, from necessary difficult conversations, from growth that only comes through engagement. Strategic silence is most powerful when it is balanced with strategic speech, when you are comfortable with both and can choose appropriately between them. If you find yourself always choosing silence because engagement feels too risky, that is something to examine and work on rather than to celebrate as Machiavellian wisdom. The question of intention is also relevant. Are you using strategic silence in service of mutual benefit, or solely for your own advantage at others' expense? In negotiations, both parties can benefit from pauses that create space for creative problem solving. In conflict resolution, silence that de-escalates serves everyone involved. But if your silence is designed purely to dominate, to extract, to win at the other's loss, and especially if the other party has not agreed to that kind of adversarial interaction, then you may be acting in ways that are effective but ethically compromised. Again, context and consent matter. In explicitly competitive contexts, strategic silence is fair game. In cooperative contexts where the other party trusts you and expects good faith, using manipulative silence betrays that trust. Finally, there is the question of self-deception. It is easy to convince yourself that you are being strategically silent when you are actually just uncomfortable, unprepared, or unsure. The person who is quiet in meetings and tells themselves they are being Machiavellian might actually just be insecure and hiding. The person who goes silent in arguments and frames it as emotional regulation might actually just be conflict avoidant. True strategic silence comes from a place of choice and capability. You could speak, you could engage, you have something to say, but you are choosing not to for a specific strategic reason. If you are silent because you do not know what to say or because you are afraid of engagement, that is not strategy. That is limitation. Being honest with yourself about which is crucial. None of this is to say that strategic silence is somehow impure or that you should feel guilty about using it. Power dynamics are real. Competitive contexts are real. The need to protect your interests and maximize your outcomes is real. But being thoughtful about when, how, and why you use strategic silence ensures that you remain ethical, that you do not become the kind of person who uses techniques of influence in ways that harm others unnecessarily, or that violate the social contracts of the context you are in. Machiavelli himself, despite his reputation, was not advocating for pointless cruelty or betrayal. He was advocating for effectiveness, and part of being truly effective over the long term is maintaining your integrity and your relationships, which requires ethical boundaries even in the deployment of powerful techniques. Understanding strategic silence intellectually is one thing. Actually integrating it into your behavior, making it a natural part of your communication repertoire, rather than something you have to consciously strain to do, is another thing entirely. This final section is about the practical path from conceptual understanding to embodied skill, from knowing that silence is powerful to actually wielding that power with consistency and grace. The foundation is building your comfort with silence. For most people raised in fast-paced, talkative cultures, silence feels uncomfortable. It triggers anxiety. The urge to fill it is almost physical, a nervous energy that has to be discharged through speech. The first step in mastering strategic silence is simply building your tolerance for that discomfort. Start small, in low-stakes conversations with friends or family. When someone finishes speaking, before you respond, count to 3 in your head. Just 3 seconds. Notice what you feel in those 3 seconds. Notice the urge to speak. Notice any anxiety or self-consciousness. And then, after those 3 seconds, respond normally. Do this repeatedly until a 3-second pause starts to feel manageable, even natural. Once 3 seconds feels comfortable, extend to 5, then 7. Practice in different contexts. Practice while maintaining eye contact, which is harder because you cannot look away to escape the moment. Practice while others are watching, which adds social pressure. Gradually, you will find that you can hold silence for 10, 15, even 20 seconds when the situation calls for it, without feeling overwhelmed by anxiety. This is not about becoming some sort of silent stoic who never speaks. It is about giving yourself the option to be silent when silence serves you, rather than being driven by compulsion to fill every pause. Reading the room is the next level of skill. This requires developing your sensitivity to context, to cultural norms, to the emotional state of others, to power dynamics. Before deploying strategic silence, ask yourself what you're trying to achieve. Are you trying to gather information? Then listening silence is appropriate. Are you trying to emphasize a point? Then emphasis silence makes sense. Are you trying to de-escalate conflict? Then emotional regulation silence is the move. Are you trying to avoid premature commitment? Then strategic ambiguity silence serves you. Matching the type of silence to the situation is what separates awkward pauses from powerful ones. Pay attention to how your silence is being received. If the other person looks confused or distressed, your silence may be too long or may not fit the context. If they look thoughtful or respectful, your silence is working. If they rush to fill the space with increasingly revealing statements, your silence is very much working. If they mirror your silence and also become quiet and thoughtful, you have created a space for deeper reflection. Learning to read these signals in real time and adjust accordingly is what allows you to use silence fluidly rather than rigidly. Combining silence with strategic speech is crucial. Strategic silence does not mean talking rarely. It means talking purposefully. When you do speak after a period of strategic silence, make your words count. Be concise, be clear, be confident. The power of your silence is amplified when your eventual speech is high quality. Conversely, if you hold dramatic silence and then deliver weak, meandering statements, you have wasted the attention and anticipation you created. Think of silence and speech as two tools in the same toolkit. Masters know when to use each and how to make them complement each other. Practice scenarios are valuable. With a trusted friend or colleague, run through situations where strategic silence would be useful. Have them ask you difficult questions and practice pausing before answering. Have them make outrageous statements and practice your diffusing silence. Role-play negotiations where you consciously deploy listening silence to gather information and emphasis silence to let your offers land. Film these practice sessions if possible and watch them back, noting your body language, your eye contact, your overall energy. Seeing yourself from the outside is incredibly educational and will reveal habits you did not know you had. Common mistakes to avoid include using silence as a one-size-fits-all solution. There are times when immediate response is better. If someone is in crisis and needs reassurance, strategic silence is the wrong move. If someone asks you a direct question that you clearly should be able to answer and you go theatrically silent, you look confused or evasive, not strategic. If you use silence so frequently that it becomes your default to the point of seeming disengaged or cold, you are overusing the tool. Balance is key. Silence should be a seasoning, not the entire meal. Another mistake is failing to prepare your body. If you are going to use strategic silence, your body must support it. Practice your posture, your eye contact, your facial expressions independently of practicing silence. Stand in front of a mirror and see how you look when you're silent and thoughtful versus when you are silent and uncomfortable. The difference is visible and it matters. Before important interactions where you plan to use silence, take a moment to ground yourself physically. Deep breaths, relaxed shoulders, centered stance. Your body will then support rather than undermine your silence. Also, avoid the trap of thinking that silence is always powerful. There are diminishing returns. A 2-second pause can be perfect. A 30-second pause in normal conversation is usually too much, unless you have very deliberately set it up as necessary thinking time. Knowing where the sweet spot is for different contexts comes with experience. But as a general rule, shorter, well-timed silences are more reliably effective than dramatically long ones. Save the extended silences for specific high-impact moments, not as your standard operating procedure. The long-term path to mastery involves integrating strategic silence into your identity rather than having it be a technique you occasionally deploy. This happens through consistent practice over months and years. The person who has truly mastered strategic silence does not think, "Now I will be strategically silent." They simply are comfortable with silence. It has become part of their communication style. They naturally pause before speaking. They naturally give others space to talk. They naturally hold silence after important statements. It is no longer effortful or conscious. It is just how they are. This level of integration requires patience with yourself, ongoing practice, and a commitment to growth that extends beyond any single interaction or even any single year. Finding models and mentors can accelerate your development. Observe people in your life or in public life who use silence effectively. Watch how they do it. Note the contexts. Study their body language. You might even ask them about it directly, explaining that you are working on becoming a more thoughtful communicator and would appreciate their insights. Most people who are skilled with strategic silence are conscious of it at some level and may be willing to share what they have learned. Reading biographies of great leaders, watching footage of skilled negotiators and speakers, even analysing scenes from films where silence is used powerfully. All of this is education. Remember that the goal is not to become manipulative or cold. The goal is to become more intentional, more effective, more in control of your communication, rather than driven by anxiety or habit. Strategic silence, used ethically and skillfully, makes you a better listener, a clearer thinker, a more effective advocate for your interests, and ultimately, a more powerful presence in any room you enter. It is a tool of self-mastery as much as it is a tool of social influence. The person who can remain silent when everyone else is compelled to speak has achieved a form of internal discipline that ripples outward into many other areas of life. We began this exploration with an image of you entering a room, all eyes turning towards you, waiting for you to speak, and you choosing silence. Now you understand what is happening in that moment. You understand the neural processes firing in the brains of those watching you. You understand the psychological pressure building in them to fill the void. You understand how your body language during that silence shapes how it is interpreted. You understand the historical lineage running from Machiavelli's observations of Renaissance power dynamics to the modern boardroom, courtroom, and negotiating table. You understand the many dimensions of strategic silence and when each is appropriate. You understand the ethical lines that should not be crossed and the self-deceptions to guard against. And you understand the path to mastery, the practice and patience required to make strategic silence a natural part of who you are, rather than a technique you awkwardly deploy. In a world drowning in noise, silence is increasingly rare and therefore increasingly valuable. Everyone is talking. Everyone is broadcasting. Everyone is filling every moment with sound. The person who can be comfortable in silence, who can create space rather than rushing to fill it, who can hold attention through presence rather than through constant speech, that person stands out. They become magnetic not through charisma in the traditional sense, but through contrast. They are the still point in a spinning world, and people are drawn to stillness precisely because it is so rare. This is not about becoming withdrawn or cold. It is about becoming deliberate. It is about recognizing that every word you speak is a choice, and that sometimes the most powerful choice is to speak no words at all. It is about understanding that influence flows not just from what you say and do, but from what you conspicuously do not say and do not do. It is about reclaiming your agency in communication, refusing to be driven by the pressure to perform constant availability and constant response, and instead operating from a place of centered intention. Machiavelli understood that power is not primarily about resources or position, though those help. Power is about psychology, about perception, about understanding human nature and working with it rather than against it. And human nature is such that silence creates effects that speech cannot. Silence creates mystery. It creates anticipation. It creates space for others to reveal themselves. It conveys confidence and control. It forces thought rather than reaction. It amplifies whatever words eventually come. These are not tricks or illusions. These are reliable patterns of human behavior that you can learn to work with. On October the 19th, 2025, at 9:30 a.m., just 30 minutes after the Louvre opened its doors, thieves executed a brazen 7-minute robbery that shocked the world. They stole crown jewels valued at approximately 88 million euros from the Galerie d'Apollon, the same gallery targeted decades earlier. But this recent crime reveals something far deeper than opportunistic theft. It's the latest chapter in humanity's ancient, psychologically complex, and sometimes destructive obsession with beauty. This exploration examines both the verified details of the October 2025 heist and the profound psychological forces that drive humans to risk everything: freedom, fortune, even life, for beautiful objects. The heist itself serves as a contemporary case study in the broader phenomenon of beauty obsession that spans evolutionary biology, neuroscience, cultural history, and economic behavior. Part 1. The Louvre heist, verified facts and timeline. What happened? A surgical strike on France's heritage. Thieves disguised as construction workers arrived at the Louvre's Seine-facing side on Quai François Mitterrand in a truck equipped with a mechanical furniture lift. While tourists gathered inside, the pair scaled the ladder, cut through a second-floor window with angle grinders, and smashed high-security display cases in the Apollo Gallery. Within minutes inside the museum, 7 minutes total from arrival to escape, they seized pieces of 19th-century French crown jewels and fled on high-powered motorcycles toward the A6 highway. What was stolen? The thieves targeted jewels from France's royal history with surgical precision. They took pieces associated with Queen Marie-Amélie and Empress Marie-Louise, including parures featuring sapphires and emeralds, along with Empress Eugenie's pearl and diamond tiara, a large corsage bow brooch, and a reliquary brooch featuring historic diamonds. The stolen pieces date from the reigns of Napoleon I and Napoleon III, irreplaceable artifacts of French imperial history. In their haste, the thieves dropped one piece, the crown of Empress Eugenie, a magnificent creation featuring over 1,000 diamonds and dozens of emeralds. Museum security found it damaged but repairable near the escape route. This single mistake would prove valuable, one of the few pieces of physical evidence in an otherwise meticulously planned operation. The investigation, a national crisis. French President Emmanuel Macron called the theft an attack on a heritage we cherish because it is our history. Louvre director Laurence Descartes faced Senate interrogation 3 days later, admitting a terrible failure. No security cameras monitored the gallery's second-floor balcony. She offered her resignation. The Ministry of Culture declined it. The breakthrough came within the first week after the heist. Investigators arrested 2 men in their 30s, one at Charles de Gaulle Airport preparing to board a flight to Algeria, another in the Seine-Saint-Denis suburb north of Paris. Both face charges of organized theft and criminal conspiracy. Additional accomplices remained at large at the time reporting concluded, and crucially, none of the stolen jewels had been recovered. International police organizations added the items to their stolen works databases immediately following the theft. Over 100 investigators from specialized units continue the hunt. They collected over 150 DNA and fingerprint samples from the scene, along with abandoned tools, angle grinders, a blowtorch, gasoline, gloves, a walkie-talkie, blanket, helmet, and yellow construction vest. Historical context. Echoes of past obsessions. This marks the Louvre's first major theft in decades, and one of its most significant in terms of value and international attention. The Apollo Gallery itself was targeted in 1976, when thieves stole a ceremonial sword, never recovered. The pattern suggests this specific gallery, housing France's most concentrated display of royal jewels and precious objects, exercises a particular magnetism over those drawn to beautiful, historically significant treasures. The heist's precision, inside knowledge, and brazenness recall infamous art crimes throughout history. The 1990 Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum theft, worth hundreds of millions, still unsolved. The 2003 Antwerp diamond heist, and countless cases where individuals risked everything for beauty's sake. Part 2. The neuroscience of beauty. Why our brains are wired for obsession. Beauty hijacks the brain's reward circuitry. To understand why humans commit crimes for beautiful objects, we must first understand what beauty does to our brains. Neuroscience research over the past 2 decades reveals that viewing beautiful artworks, faces, or objects activates the same neural reward systems as food, sex, and addictive drugs, creating powerful motivation that can override rational judgment. The Beauty Center and Reward Activation, neuroscience research by Semir Zeki at University College London, often called the father of neuroaesthetics, identified the medial orbitofrontal cortex as consistently activating across all types of beauty: visual art, music, faces, even mathematical equations. This region shows dose-dependent activation. The more beautiful someone rates a stimulus on a scale from 1 to 9, the stronger the brain response. Early functional MRI studies demonstrated a linear relationship between beauty ratings and this region's activation, suggesting this brain area encodes aesthetic value. But this beauty center doesn't work alone. Beautiful stimuli simultaneously activate the nucleus accumbens, the brain's primary reward center in the mesolimbic dopamine pathway. Research has found that viewing attractive faces activates this reward center proportionally to attractiveness ratings, with studies showing people will exert effort to view beautiful faces, demonstrating the motivational power of aesthetic stimuli. The caudate nucleus shows similar responses to beauty intensity. Dopamine, the wanting system. The ventral tegmental area floods the nucleus accumbens with dopamine when we encounter beauty. This neurotransmitter doesn't create pleasure itself. That's the opioid system's job, but rather generates wanting and motivation. Dopamine signals anticipated reward value and creates powerful drive to repeat pleasurable encounters. Research from 2011 found music-induced aesthetic pleasure correlates with striatal dopamine release, the same surge triggered by food or monetary rewards. This distinction between wanting, dopamine, and liking, opioids, helps explain collecting obsessions and art theft. Dopamine creates insatiable desire for more beautiful objects, while opioid release in hedonic hotspots, NACC shell, ventral pallidum, orbitofrontal cortex, generates actual pleasure from possession. The two systems work together but can become unbalanced. Dopamine-driven wanting can spiral into compulsion even when liking plateaus. Opioid system. The pleasure of possession. Research has found that the brain's opioid receptors distributed throughout the reward circuit generate hedonic pleasure from beauty. Blocking opioid receptors with medications reduces aesthetic pleasure response. This suggests that for art thieves and obsessive collectors, possessing beauty may literally activate the same pleasure circuits as substances that directly stimulate these systems. Beauty processing involves far more than reward circuits. Researchers have developed what's known as the aesthetic triad framework, proposing that aesthetic experiences emerge from 3 interacting systems. Sensory motor system. Early visual processing detects features and patterns, with specialized regions handling motion, faces, and content. Emotion valuation system. Reward circuits generate hedonic response and emotional reactions. Meaning knowledge system. Higher brain regions provide context, memory, interpretation. Multiple analyses examining dozens of brain imaging studies confirmed this distributed network. Research has found bilateral activation, including the ventral visual stream, with content-specific patterns. Portraits activate face processing areas. Landscapes activate place processing regions. The right anterior insula activated during all aesthetic experiences across multiple studies, suggesting universal involvement in aesthetic processing. Critically, beauty activates the default mode network, brain regions typically active during rest, introspection, and self-referential processing. Research from 2012 found intense aesthetic experiences engage these self-related structures, suggesting deeply personal, identity-relevant nature of strong aesthetic responses. This helps explain why collectors describe their acquisitions as extensions of self. Evolutionary origins. Why we evolved to crave beauty. Human aesthetic obsession didn't emerge arbitrarily. It has deep evolutionary roots extending millions of years. Multiple theories explain why natural selection favored individuals who appreciated and created beauty. Sexual selection and fitness indicators. Some evolutionary theorists argue that art and aesthetic preferences evolved through mate choice. Creating beautiful objects demonstrates costly cognitive abilities, creativity, technical skill, planning, patience, that signal genetic quality. Much as peacocks display elaborate tails, human artistic ability may serve as fitness display. Choosing mates with superior aesthetic abilities would have produced more cognitively capable offspring, potentially driving selection for both artistic talent and appreciation. Research with isolated populations has found their beauty standards for indigenous art closely matched expert opinions despite no cultural contact, suggesting universal aesthetic principles rooted in human nature. Scholars have identified numerous characteristics of art appearing across all cultures: skill, novelty, creativity, emotional content, pleasure, style, representation, special focus, expressive individuality, imagination, and crafted artifacts. Environmental preference theory. One hypothesis proposes humans evolved innate preferences for landscapes resembling African savannas where our species evolved, open spaces with scattered trees, water sources, distant views, smooth ground, flowering plants. This prospect refuge balance, where one can see without being seen, would have enhanced survival by identifying resource-rich, safe habitats. Cross-cultural studies across 5 continents confirmed universal preference for savanna-like landscapes, supporting a potential biological basis. The biophilia hypothesis extends this, proposing humans possess innate tendency to focus on life and lifelike processes, evolved over millions of years when survival depended on close relationships with nature. Modern research confirms viewing nature reduces cortisol, improves mood, and enhances well-being through mechanisms that appear to predate cultural learning. Perceptual biases and processing efficiency. Some preferences may reflect how our sensory systems evolved. Symmetry preference appears universal, potentially because symmetry indicates developmental stability, parasite resistance, and genetic quality. Averaged facial features appear attractive across cultures, possibly indicating genetic diversity. Preference for certain colors, like blues and greens, moderate complexity, curved over angular shapes, and processing fluency all could reflect evolved perceptual systems. Evidence from other species strengthens evolutionary arguments. Macaque monkeys prefer attractive, conspecific faces. Jungle fowl develop symmetry preferences shortly after birth. Bowerbirds famously build elaborate structures decorated with colorful objects to attract females. Aesthetic judgment, independent of immediate functional value. Even zebra finches show preferences for colored leg bands in laboratory studies. This suggests aesthetic-like preferences are widespread in animals with mate choice, potentially arising from sensory biases in visual processing systems. While it remains debatable whether animals experience beauty as humans do, the shared neural reward systems suggest evolutionary continuity in aesthetic responses. Part 3. Cultural constructions of beauty. Universal biology meets local learning. While neuroscience reveals universal brain mechanisms, beauty standards vary dramatically across cultures and history. This paradox, universal response systems producing diverse preferences, reflects interaction between innate biases and cultural learning. Cross-cultural universals. What everyone finds beautiful. Despite cultural variation, research identifies consistent patterns across humanity. Facial features. Symmetry attracts across cultures including Western populations, Chinese, Japanese, and Hadza, hunter-gatherers of Tanzania, who show even stronger symmetry preferences. Agreement between Asian, Hispanic, and white raters correlates at 0.93. Averageness, faces closer to population average, appears attractive across cultures. Clear skin indicating health universally matters, with anthropological research noting poor complexion considered sexually unappealing in large numbers of societies. Landscape preferences. Both Chinese and Western subjects prefer natural landscapes over people in scenes, suggesting anthropological universal. The savanna preference persists even among people who've never seen African grasslands, though experience modulates intensity. Basic form preferences. Curves over sharp angles appears universal. Preference for moderate complexity follows an inverted U-curve across cultures. Too simple bores, too complex overwhelms. These preferences could reflect perceptual system properties shared across humanity. Cultural specifics, where beauty diverges dramatically. Recent research has challenged universal beauty theories, showing Western Europeans and East Asians use culture-specific features when evaluating attractiveness. Individual variation within cultures proves substantial, suggesting beauty standards emerge from complex interactions between biology and culture. Body ideals. Western cultures currently emphasize slim bodies, but this represents recent historical shift. Pacific Islander cultures traditionally valued larger bodies as beauty and status symbols. Latin American cultures often prefer curvier physiques than contemporary Western standards. These preferences could reflect cultural values, economic conditions, scarcity versus abundance, and media exposure rather than pure biology. Skin tone. Fair skin preference appears in many Asian cultures, partly from historical status associations. Lighter skin suggested no fieldwork required. African cultures traditionally valued shiny skin, with some groups using precious animal fats as emollient even during times of scarcity. Western beauty standards have shifted from Victorian pale skin to tanned skin, potentially signaling leisure for beach vacations, and back toward protecting skin from sun damage. Facial features. While symmetry universally matters, specific features vary. Asian beauty standards often include double eyelids, narrow high noses, sculpted jawlines, features promoted through cosmetic surgery industries. Western standards have shifted from Renaissance high foreheads, women plucked hairlines, to current preferences for fuller lips and defined cheekbones shaped by celebrity culture and media. Art and aesthetic philosophy. Cultural divergence becomes most apparent in art traditions. Chinese art emphasizes intuition, emotional expression, harmony with nature, integrating painting with calligraphy and poetry. Western art historically prioritized realism, central perspective, and object-centered compositions. Islamic art developed sophisticated geometric patterns with mathematical precision, while often avoiding figurative representation, expressing beauty through pattern, calligraphy, and architectural form in ways that reflect theological and philosophical values. Japanese wabi-sabi aesthetic deliberately finds beauty in imperfection, impermanence, and incompleteness, a philosophical rejection of perfection as beauty ideal. Tea ceremony objects with cracked glazes, scorched surfaces, and irregular shapes become prized treasures, with traditional repair techniques highlighting rather than hiding flaws using precious materials. This intellectual aesthetic obsession shows how philosophical values can elevate imperfect objects to extreme value, inverting many Western beauty standards. Historical shifts. Beauty standards constantly evolve. Ancient civilizations. Egyptian art emphasized symmetry and cleanliness with elaborate eye makeup and vibrant pigments. Greek culture idealized mathematical proportions, athletic bodies, and figures that modern analysis suggests included features like fuller bodies with natural curves in their depictions of female beauty. Though ancient Greek philosophy often viewed women's bodies through a male-centric lens. Renaissance 1400s to 1600s. Voluptuous, curvy bodies symbolize fertility and prosperity. Pale skin, rosy cheeks, red lips, long golden blonde hair, high white foreheads represented ideals of beauty that varied by region. Artists depicted figures reflecting both classical influences and contemporary standards of their era. Victorian era, 1837 to 1901. Pale skin and apparent delicacy became fashionable, with modest dress, traditional gender expression, and hourglass figures achieved through restrictive undergarments. 20th century rapid shifts. The 1920s brought androgynous looks with flattened silhouettes and bobbed hair coinciding with women's suffrage movements. The 1930s through 40s saw return to fuller figures, potentially reflecting wealth signaling during economic hardship, than the hourglass ideal of 1950s popular culture. The 1960s introduced extremely thin ideals, continuing through 1990s fashion, while simultaneously obesity prevalence increased in many developed nations, creating paradoxical cultural pressures. Current moment 2020s. Increasing diversity and body positivity movements challenge narrow standards, though social media simultaneously amplifies unrealistic ideals through filters and digital manipulation. Globalization creates both homogenization towards certain beauty standards and counter-movements celebrating diverse body types, skin tones, and cultural traditions. Globalization's double-edged impact. The 19th century began what historians describe as significant homogenization of beauty ideals worldwide, with certain Western standards emerging as influential globally. The beauty industry actively shaped and globalized these standards through Hollywood advertising from the 1930s through 50s, mass media amplification, and economic forces driving conformity. Contemporary evidence shows women's magazines in various regions perpetuating certain idealized standards featuring straight hair, light skin, and thinness. Skin bleaching practices occur across West Africa and Asia. Body dissatisfaction has been documented across numerous cultures, often linked to media exposure promoting particular ideals. Studies show unhappiness with bodies among teenagers and women in various Asian countries connected to media exposure. However, diversification trends now challenge homogenization. Social media enables challenges to conventional norms through natural hair movements in Black communities, Korean beauty standards gaining international recognition, Brazilian beauty ideals achieving global influence, and body positivity movements. Cities like Shanghai and Rio de Janeiro emerge as beauty centers alongside Paris and New York, creating what researchers describe as growing pluralism in beauty markets worldwide. Part 4. The dark psychology of art theft and obsessive collecting. The Louvre heist represents one manifestation of humanity's dangerous relationship with beauty. Understanding why people steal or obsessively collect beautiful things requires examining psychological profiles, motivations, and historical patterns. Motivations. Why thieves risk everything for beauty. Financial gain versus aesthetic obsession. Most art theft follows rational economic calculation. Stolen works enter black markets, get ransomed, or serve as criminal currency. The 2025 Louvre heist likely fits this pattern, given the jewel's enormous monetary value and the thieves' professional execution. Organized crime networks traffic stolen art globally, with pieces serving as collateral for other illegal activities or money laundering. However, some thieves steal purely for aesthetic obsession, without intention to profit. The case of Stefan Breitwieser exemplifies this psychology. Between 1995 and 2001, this French waiter stole over 239 artworks worth over €1 billion from 172 museums across Europe. Not to sell, but to live surrounded by beauty in his modest apartment. He chose pieces that moved him emotionally, stealing for aesthetic pleasure rather than financial gain. When authorities caught him, they recovered only 60 works. His mother had destroyed most by throwing them in canals or garbage, cutting paintings from frames. Breitwieser represents pure aesthetic obsession. Behavior driven by beauty rather than greed. Inside knowledge and opportunity, the Louvre thieves demonstrated detailed knowledge of the Apollo Gallery's layout, security vulnerabilities including unmonitored areas, and optimal timing shortly after opening when security resources spread thin. French officials described them as highly professional, suggesting either inside assistance or extensive surveillance, patterns seen in major art heists historically. Psychological profiles. Criminal psychologists identify several thief categories. Professional criminals, hired by collectors or crime syndicates, motivated primarily by profit. Opportunistic thieves, museum or gallery employees, or security who exploit access. Obsessive collectors, cannot resist possessing beauty, exemplified by cases like Breitwieser. Ideological thieves, believe artwork should return to country or culture of origin. Narcissistic thrill seekers, enjoy outwitting security, proving intellectual superiority. The Louvre case likely involves professional criminals based on the execution, though final motivations await investigation outcomes and potential recovery efforts. The psychology of collecting. When appreciation becomes obsession. Research on collector psychology reveals beauty appreciation can tip into compulsive behavior. Theoretical frameworks suggest art collecting demonstrates high cultural and economic capital, status signaling through refined taste. But collecting also activates deep psychological needs beyond social display. Neuropsychological mechanisms. Collecting behavior triggers dopamine release and stress reduction. The drive for set completion, acquiring complete series or representative works from periods, creates powerful motivation. Similar to behavioral patterns seen in other reward-driven activities, successful acquisitions create reinforcement strengthening the behavior. Big Five personality correlates. Research suggests openness correlates with collection breadth, conscientiousness with systematic organizing, neuroticism with emotional attachment to pieces. Collecting may have evolutionary basis, as bowerbirds and other animals exhibit similar behaviors, hinting at hardwired components. Modern billionaire collectors. Contemporary ultra-wealthy collectors show complex motivations blending investment strategy, status signaling, legacy planning, and genuine aesthetic passion. Psychological research has examined buying behaviors involving principles like sunk cost effects, social influence, fear of missing opportunities, and following other wealthy collectors' choices. The art market enables these obsessions through mechanisms like fractional ownership, allowing smaller investors to purchase shares, art funds targeting wealthy investors, waiting lists creating artificial scarcity, and special deals to access sought-after artists, all potentially feeding compulsive acquisition behavior. Warning signs of problematic collecting. Collecting behavior dominates life decisions, financial irresponsibility to acquire pieces, relationship damage from obsession, inability to enjoy collection due to constant acquisition focus, hoarding without true appreciation, historical obsessions when beauty becomes dangerous. Tulip mania, 1637, Netherlands. During the Dutch Golden Age, certain tulip bulbs, particularly broken tulips with striped patterns from viral infection, sold for extraordinary sums, sometimes more than 10 times a skilled artisan's annual income. A single rare bulb could cost more than sumptuous houses on Amsterdam's grandest canals. Professional growers, middlemen, and speculators traded bulbs via futures contracts without seeing flowers bloom. Historical research reveals about 350 people actively traded, mainly successful merchants and artisans seeking wealth display in newly independent Netherlands. When the bubble collapsed in February 1637, economic damage proved less catastrophic than later popularized accounts suggested, but psychological trauma was profound, throwing societal values into doubt. The obsession combined aesthetic appreciation for rare beauty with speculative economics, creating market behavior that defied rational valuation, even for perishable natural objects. Egyptian tomb robbers, 3,000 plus years. Most tombs in the Valley of the Kings were robbed within 100 years of sealing, despite elaborate protections and religious beliefs in afterlife consequences. King Tutankhamun's tomb was raided at least twice before its famous discovery in 1922. Even the Great Pyramid was looted in antiquity. Tomb robbers included embalmers and builders with inside knowledge, organized groups operating systematically, and desperate poor rationalizing theft despite potential severe punishment. The beauty and value of gilded objects, precious stones, and gold artifacts proved irresistibly tempting across 3 millennia. Western fascination with Egyptian artifacts in the 19th and 20th centuries created international black markets, sustaining tomb robbery continuing into modern times. Royal collections, Medicas, Louis XIV, Catherine the Great. Renaissance princes and monarchs accumulated vast collections not just for aesthetic pleasure, but to establish legitimacy, display power, and create lasting legacy. The Medicis achieved historical immortality through art patronage rather than military conquest alone, filling their palaces with artworks and supporting artists and scholars. Louis XIV created extensive collections using art and architecture to embody absolute monarchy. Catherine the Great built collections establishing Russia as cultural power, rivaling Western Europe. These royal collectors competed with rival courts, using beautiful objects as political tools and cultural capital. The pattern shows how aesthetic obsession serves social functions beyond personal pleasure. Beauty becomes instrument of statecraft and dynasty building. Nazi art looting, 1933 to 1945. Hitler's failed artistic career and keen eye for aesthetic drove systematic dispossession of approximately 650,000 art pieces across Europe, integral to Holocaust. His planned Führer Museum in Linz would house Europe's best art while attacking modern art as degenerate. The Einsatzstab Reichsleiter Rosenberg looting agency seized 21,903 objects from prominent Jewish families: Rothschilds, Rosenbergs, Wildensteins, Schloss, and museums. Hidden treasures in Alt-Aussee salt mine contains 6,500 plus paintings for Hitler's museum. Goering built massive personal collection. Officers competed for prestigious acquisitions. This weaponization of aesthetic obsession shows how beauty defined to serve nationalist and racial narratives becomes tool of cultural genocide. Approximately 100,000 plus artworks remain missing, with 2012 Gurlitt discovery revealing 1,300 hidden works still circulating. The Amber Room obsession. Created 1701 to 1770 for Prussian-Russian royalty, with over 6 tons of amber covering 590 plus square feet, the Amber Room earned title Eighth Wonder of the World. Hitler believed it was German property. Nazis dismantled it in 36 hours during 1941 invasion and transported to Königsberg. It disappeared in 1945, spawning decades of treasure hunting that has killed multiple searchers. The Amber Room curse includes General Gusev, car crash, Georg Stein, murdered 1987, and director Roeder and wife typhus. The obsession demonstrates national pride disputes, allure of lost treasure, and how mystery amplifies desire for beautiful objects, with people risking life for aesthetic/historical artifacts. A reconstruction completed 2003 cost $11 million and took 25 years. The original remains missing. Part 5. Beauty's impact on mental health and well-being. Beauty's psychological effects extend far beyond criminal obsession. Aesthetic experiences profoundly influence mental health, well-being, and daily behavior for everyone. Positive effects. How beauty heals. Neurobiological healing mechanisms. University of London research found viewing beautiful art releases dopamine equivalent to eating chocolate or exercising. Engaging with aesthetically pleasing environments lowers cortisol, stress hormone. The cycle of well-being creates positive feedback. Beauty exposure leads to higher spirits, increased self-esteem, lower stress, and happiness, which increases likelihood of seeking and perceiving more beauty. Abraham Maslow's 1950s experiments demonstrated individuals in beautiful rooms showed significantly more positive rankings of faces for energy and well-being compared to those in ugly or neutral rooms. Environmental aesthetics directly shapes emotional state and perception. Nature's prescription strength beauty. The most robust evidence for beauty's healing comes from nature research. University of Michigan's Nature Pill study by Hunter found 20 to 30 minutes in nature produces greatest cortisol reduction efficiency, 21.3% per hour drop beyond normal diurnal decrease. Finnish and Japanese forest bathing research, with 280 students across 24 locations, showed 15 minutes sitting plus 15 minutes walking in forest versus urban setting produced lower salivary cortisol, reduced blood pressure, decreased pulse rate, and improved heart rate variability. A workplace nature intervention, 2 hours twice weekly for 3 weeks, yielded 29.3% reduction in salivary cortisol levels, 14.9% reduction in burnout scores, and 7.4% increase in visual information processing speed. The biophilia hypothesis by E.O. Wilson proposes humans possess innate tendency to focus on life and lifelike processes. Absence of nature creates evolutionary discord, mismatch between current environment and adapted environment, explaining why mental disorders are major health problems in nature-deprived Western societies. Or experiences transform psychology. Research by Dasha Keltner and colleagues reveals awe. The emotion triggered by vast, mind-bending beauty produces profound psychological benefits. Daily awe experiences associate with less stress, even controlling for other positive emotions, greater life satisfaction and well-being. During COVID-19 pandemic, awe intervention studies showed medium to large effect sizes, D equals 0.78 to 0.96, for reducing depression and anxiety in both community adults and healthcare workers. Awe creates the small self phenomenon, diminishes sense of self-importance, making Yosemite visitors literally draw themselves smaller than control group at Fisherman's Wharf. This reduced self-focus mediates relationship between awe and reduced daily stress. Awe increases pro-social behavior, willingness to volunteer time, generosity, ethical concern, and critical thinking. People induced to feel awe are less persuaded by weak arguments than those experiencing other positive emotions. People with greater tendency to experience awe show lower interleukin-6, IL-6, a marker of chronic inflammation linked to numerous diseases. Awe literally changes physiology at cellular level. Museum prescriptions. Beauty as medicine. Global implementation. Museum prescription programs now operate in Montreal since 2018, first major program. Lille, France, 140 art therapy sessions annually through hospital partnership. Brussels, psychiatrists prescribe 5 free visits for non-severe mental health issues. Neuchâtel, Switzerland, prescriptions for burnout. And throughout UK, as part of NHS social prescribing movement. Evidence base, museum visits, increase cortisol and serotonin, producing hormonal boost associated with well-being. Douglas Mental Health University Institute and Concordia University study showed museum visits and workshops reduced anxiety in people with eating disorders. Research on elderly participants, 65 plus, showed sustained improvements, prompting international expansion to 10 institutions across Australia, France, Israel, and Singapore. Early UK data showed 37% reduction in GP visits and 27% reduction in hospital admissions. WHO's 2019 review of 3,000 studies over 2 decades identified arts play major roles in prevention, promotion, and management/treatment of illness across lifespan. Dr. Tasha Golden identifies 3 mechanisms. Aesthetic environments positively shift feelings, thoughts, behaviors. Museums provide social connection, reducing isolation, and exhibitions elicit interest, curiosity, wonder, learning, mindfulness. Art therapy. Effectiveness. Multiple systematic reviews demonstrate significant reductions in depression and anxiety symptoms, reduced PTSD, particularly with trauma-focused art therapy in adolescents, positive outcomes for schizophrenia, improvements in autism, social interactions with painting therapy, memory improvement and stress reduction for cognitive impairment/dementia, and enhanced vitality with increased social participation for cancer patients. Hospital settings report reduced need for sleep medication and shortened stays with art therapy. The British Association of Art Therapists defines it as form of psychotherapy using art media as primary mode of expression and communication, effective as both primary therapy and adjunct treatment. Art provides non-verbal expression channels for those struggling to articulate experiences, creating aesthetic emotions that are self-rewarding and protect from oppressive reality. Workplace aesthetics drive productivity. University of Exeter study found employees in environments with plants and artwork 17% more productive than those in bare functional spaces. Cornell University research showed ergonomic interventions led to 29% productivity increase. Survey data reveals workplace design satisfaction strongly correlates with productivity. R equals 0.68p less than 0.01, and well-being, R equals 0.72p less than 0.01. Natural light impact. 15% increase in overall well-being with natural light exposure per ACID. Workers with window access sleep average 46 minutes more per night than those without, regulating circadian rhythms, supporting productivity. The life cycle cost analysis reveals design and construction represent only 2% of life cycle cost, maintenance 6%, while people, salaries, productivity constitute 92%, making investments in aesthetic workplace design with minimal life cycle cost. Increase generate major bottom line impact through improved health, well-being, and productivity. The dark side, when beauty standards destroy. While beauty heals in some contexts, cultural beauty standards create profound mental health damage. Body dysmorphic disorder affects approximately 2% of population with all-consuming obsession about perceived defects. Snapchat dysmorphia describes patients requesting plastic surgery to look like filtered selfies. Technology-distorted beauty ideals driving cosmetic intervention. Social media amplification. High school students spending 2+ hours daily on social media are 1.6 times more likely to have body image issues. Study exposing participants to idealized content produced 20% reduction in calorie intake after 1 week in vulnerable populations. Social media alters dopamine, cortisol, oxytocin flow, causing dendrite pruning and axon decay with chronic scrolling associated with 25% worldwide rise in anxiety and major depression prevalence. However, reducing social media use to less than 60 minutes daily significantly improves body image in teens and young adults. Following diverse, inclusive content versus narrow beauty ideals improves self-esteem. Demonstrating interventions can mitigate harm. Objectification and psychological harm. Objectification theory explains how internalization of external viewpoint leads to habitual body monitoring, consuming cognitive and emotional resources. Chronic shame and anxiety from inability to meet cultural beauty standards escalates to eating disorders, depression, and cardiovascular risk from sustained stress. Social comparison theory describes how people compare themselves to idealized media images, resulting in inadequacy, low self-esteem, and distorted self-perception. Self-discrepancy theory shows gaps between actual self and idealized self cause profound psychological discomfort, with beauty ideals internalized as unattainable benchmarks. Disproportionate impacts. Women face particularly severe scrutiny, with beauty emphasized more heavily than for men across cultures. 6 in 10 young females avoid social engagements due to low body esteem, 8 in 10 among those already experiencing low body esteem. People of color face Western white-centric beauty standards that exclude and stigmatize. Larger bodies, disabilities, and non-conforming appearances face discrimination and exclusion. Adolescents with body image dissatisfaction are 3.7 times more likely to experience depressive symptoms. Part 6. The Economics and Psychology of the Art Market. The 2025 Louvre heist stole objects valued at €88 million. But how is such value determined for items with no functional use? Understanding art market psychology and economics reveals how beauty, scarcity, and human irrationality create extreme valuations. Why art prices reach astronomical levels. No intrinsic value. Unlike stocks with earnings or bonds with cash flows, artworks possess no fundamental value for financial analysis. All valuation is subjective, based on shared cultural beliefs rather than objective worth. This makes art markets inherently unstable and manipulable. Scarcity creates value. Finite supply, especially for deceased artists, creates competition. Each artwork is unique and irreproducible, unlike manufactured goods. The Louvre's crown jewels combine historical uniqueness, single examples from specific monarchs, with material scarcity, 19th century craftsmanship, using rare gemstones, multiplying value beyond materials alone. Provenance and historical significance, ownership history and cultural importance multiply prices. The stolen sapphire parure belonged to Queen Marie-Amélie and Queen Hortense, Napoleon's stepdaughter who became Queen of Holland. These pieces embody French imperial history, linking owners to legendary figures. As prosecutor Laure Becquerot stated, the greater loss was to France's historical heritage, acknowledging value, transcending monetary worth. Benchmark pricing and information asymmetry. Self-reinforcing cycles use prior sales to justify current prices. Limited public sales data creates information asymmetry, enabling dealers and auction houses to manipulate perceptions. Buyers often lack full knowledge, making emotional decisions under pressure. Notable price extremes. Leonardo's Salvator Mundi sold for $450 million 2017 through aggressive auction house marketing. Basquiat's Untitled reached $110 million after family purchased it for $19,000. These astronomical figures reflect cumulative advantage, speculation, and belief-driven valuation more than inherent qualities. Auction psychology. How competition overrides rationality. Auction fever. Competition triggers adrenaline-driven state where winning's value exceeds item's worth. Emotional battleground replaces logic. The 1958 Goldschmidt sale with celebrities like Kirk Douglas and Anthony Quinn present saw 7 impressionist paintings sell in 21 minutes at record prices. Celebrity presence, amplified excitement, legitimizing high valuations. Anchoring effect. Opening bids set perception baselines. High starting bids increase perceived value, with subsequent bids psychologically referencing anchor, manipulating buyer perceptions. Endowment effect. Bidders overvalue items once they've bid, experiencing psychological ownership before actual purchase. Fear of loss, losing auction, drives prices beyond rational limits, creating irrational escalation. FOMO. Fear of missing out. Anxiety about losing unique opportunity drives participation beyond rational limits, intensified for rare one-of-a-kind works like the crown jewels. Social pressure amplifies effect. Herd mentality. Rapid sequential bidding signals desirability. Other bidders' interest validates value, creating cascades. Auction houses can manufacture this through shills or strategic bidder placement. Physiological effects. Elevated heart rate and stress hormones impair decision-making capacity, reduce risk assessment, and heighten emotional reactivity. Auctioneers exploit these states through pacing, strategic pauses, and chandelier bidding, taking bids off the wall to build momentum. Collecting versus speculating. The investment fallacy. Beauty as investment. Modern fractional ownership companies like Masterworks sell shares to small investors. Art funds target wealthy with blue-chip trophies. Art bros speculate on emerging artists with BOGO deals to jump waitlists. Contemporary art sales increased 800% at major houses between 2003 and 2008, though crashed 50% in 2009 financial crisis. The reality? Research shows approximately 85 to 90% of art is worth less on resale, like new cars. Contemporary curated sales show 18 to 28% lots unsold. Primary versus secondary market disconnect grows, with works selling for fractions of retail primary prices. Art proves highly illiquid. When buyers try selling during corrections, few buyers appear. Serious collectors, true collectors, buy art to keep, not to sell, valuing intrinsic qualities over financial returns. They buy Because they love it so much, they never intend to part with it or will donate to museums. Collection becomes identity expression and legacy creation rather than portfolio diversification. The speculative mindset. Speculators buy art to sell, not to keep, focusing solely on appreciation potential and quick flipping. This creates bubbles. Tulip mania demonstrates how aesthetic obsession combined with speculation generates irrational exuberance, followed by painful corrections. Market bubbles. History repeating. Zombie formalism. Mid-2000s. Young abstract painters like Lucian Smith saw meteoric rises and crashes. Smith's rain painting sold $372,000 in 2014, then $37,500 in 2014, 2017, 90% decline. Flipping epidemic among speculators characterized this period. Current market, 2020 to 2024. Post-pandemic speculation in emerging artists, particularly young black artists, Amoako Boafo, Matthew Wong, Salman Tour, without institutional backing. Wong reached $4.87 million despite less than 2 years auction history. 5-year non-resale agreements introduced preventing flipping, signaling gallery recognition of unsustainable speculation. Bubble characteristics. Speculation replaces collecting, buy to sell not keep. Price to fundamentals disconnect without rational valuation basis. Hype exceeds substance with marketing driving prices over quality. New entrants who know less about art. Leverage through credit, debt. Quick flipping treating art like day trading stocks. Warning signs. Waiting lists for hot artists signal artificial scarcity. Anonymous buyers set records. Prices jump 10 to 20 times above artists' other work. Gallery owners become millionaires overnight. This time is different mentality prevails. University of Luxembourg 2016 research applied econometric bubble detection models to auction data, confirming historical bubbles, early 1990s, 2008 to 9, and warning that post-war, contemporary, American, and old masters segments show signs of overheating with explosive movement patterns. Part 7. Modern Aesthetic Research and Art History Synthesis. How Science Now Studies Beauty. Computational Aesthetics and AI. Modern AI systems automatically assess photograph aesthetics, distinguishing professional from amateur work, generate aesthetic images using deep learning, and predict beauty ratings correlating with human experts. However, studies consistently show viewers rate images labeled human-created more beautiful than identical images labeled AI-generated. Kirk, 2009, Chamberlain 2018, Didio 2023. Revealing strong authorship biases, we find beauty partly in knowing human creativity and intention created it. Eye tracking reveals viewing patterns. Mobile eye tracking at Austrian gallery. Belvedere, N equals 259, found new display arrangements increased viewing times, extended label reading, and deepened engagement. First eye-tracking research on Caravaggio art in original environment at Pio Monte della Misericordia validated that Caravaggio understood perception and designed paintings for specific environments. Consistent viewing patterns for Sette Opere di Misericordia in original setting, but no common pattern for La Flagellazione di Cristo in different conditions. Quiroga and Pedrera, 2011, found subjects attracted to salient regions with large variability in figurative paintings based on personal knowledge. Content-related top-down processes prevailed when human subjects represented, while bottom-up processes dominated nature content images. Recent technological advances enable on-site museum studies analyzing natural viewing behavior without laboratory constraints. Processing fluency theory, Reber, Schwartz, and Winkelmann's principle states, the more fluently perceivers can process an object, the more positive their aesthetic response. Variables facilitating fluency include goodness of form, symmetry, figure-ground contrast, repeated exposure, and prototypicality. Fluency itself is hedonically marked, experienced as positive. Use 2024 update integrates predictive processing and epistemic motivation models, showing fluency depends on perceivers' expectations and internal models, with surprising fluency and directional epistemic goals modulating responses. Peak shift theory, Ramachandran's 8 laws of artistic experience, explain how exaggeration of distinctive features creates heightened responses, like seagull chicks responding more to 3 red stripes than mother's single red dot. Hindu sculptures exaggerate female forms, taking features away from male proportions. Picasso creates super stimuli in Picasso space. Caricatures become more recognizable than photographs through exaggeration. Individual differences. Why tastes vary. The T factor, Eysenck proposed T for taste. Ability to judge consensus-like and/or expert-like. Individuals agree on aesthetic preferences in most visual domains, and judges who agree with average judgments do so across wide variety of stimuli, a stable factor analogous to G in intelligence. Openness to experience. Among Big 5 personality traits, openness emerges as most important aesthetic predictor. Best predictor of aesthetic attitude and participation, relates to advanced art judgment styles and interest, correlates with greater aesthetic fluency, pleasure interest and lower confusion, predicts preference for emotionally positive stimuli. Neuroticism predicts preference for emotionally negative stimuli. Emotional stability significantly predicts art interest. Beta equals 0.14. Aesthetic emotions. Measurement. Schindler's 2017 S-Themos scale features 21 subscales with 42 items, measuring emotional signature of aesthetic experiences across 7 superordinate factors. Prototypical aesthetic emotions, beauty liking, fascination, enchantment, awe, being moved. Epistemic emotions, interest, insight, intellectual challenge, amusement, animation, tranquility. Negative emotions, ugliness, boredom, confusion, anger, uneasiness, and sadness. This domain general tool applies to music, visual art, literature, film, design, architecture, and nature. Familiarity and mere exposure effect. We like what we're used to. Music exposure in public places shapes preferences. Artworks take time to understand. More seen works seem more understandable. This explains canonical artwork popularity. Repeated exposure breeds preference, creating cumulative advantage. The Mona Lisa phenomenon, when psychology creates icons. Recent research by Liazzi, 2024, in Scientific Reports proposes Mona Lisa's ambiguous expression results from the ambiguity nuance, subtly shaded, blended region framing upper lips. Perceptual organization determines whether expression appears content or melancholic based on viewing distance and attention focus. The smile appears more pronounced when details escape clear perception. Horstman and Loth, 2019, debunked the Mona Lisa effect. Her gaze is actually directed 15.4 degrees to right of observer, well outside the 5-degree range for feeling looked at. Yet millions believe she's watching them, illustrating cultural narrative power over perception. Cutting's research explains fame through psychological mechanisms. Mere exposure effect. Repeated exposure breeds preference. Cumulative advantage. Popularity breeds more popularity. The 1911 theft electrified global attention and increased familiarity. Media coverage made painting increasingly familiar, increasing fame. Critical insight. The Mona Lisa may not be a worthy world champion, but it was in the Louvre in the first place, and not by accident. work needs certain quality for eligibility, but psychological and social factors determine ultimate fame from there. The male gaze and power in art history. Laura Mulvey's revolutionary 1975 essay, Visual Pleasure and Narrative Cinema, argued, male gaze depicts women as sexual objects for heterosexual male viewer pleasure, with women coded with to be looked at-ness, while men positioned as bearer of the look. Three interconnected looks operate. Cameras look, how film is shot. Characters look, within the diegesis. And spectators look, viewers gaze at image. John Berger's 1972 Ways of Seeing analyzed traditional Western art positioning women as subjects of male viewers' gazes, reinforcing patriarchal visual narrative with female form, idealized, and presented from voyeuristic male perspective. Contemporary extensions include Bell Hook's 1992, Oppositional Gaze, incorporating racial power dynamics, noting black women excluded from pleasure in looking. The theory still shapes understanding 50 years later, revealing how beauty standards in art historically reinforced gender hierarchies and social control. Beauty as power, serving those who controlled representation and determined who gets depicted as beautiful. Sacred versus secular beauty, the spiritual dimension, medieval and Renaissance art treated beauty as window into divine with aesthetic experience equals moral goodness equals divine truth, following Greek tradition of beauty is truth, truth is beauty. Keats. Art served religious spiritual functions, communicating the ineffable. The Enlightenment brought separation of aesthetic from moral and religious domains. 19th century art for art's sake movement made beauty subjective human experience rather than reflection of divine order. Modern and contemporary art often divorces beauty from spiritual meaning, though neuroaesthetics reveals aesthetic experiences still activate self-transcendent responses, or diminishes self-focus, creating connection to larger whole, suggesting secular beauty retains quasi-spiritual psychological functions. The sublime versus the beautiful, terror and pleasure. Edmund Burke, 1757, distinguished beautiful, passion of love, smallness, smoothness, delicacy, calming of nerves, harmony and proportion creating, affection. From sublime, passion of fear, especially death, vastness, infinity, magnificence, tension of nerves, power to compel and destroy. Burke elevated sublime as strongest passion, belittling beautiful as mere prettiness. Immanuel Kant, 1790, made sublime not formal quality, but subjective conception, negative experience of limits creating feeling of displeasure arising from inadequacy of imagination, and simultaneous awakened pleasure arising from this very judgment of inadequacy. Three types: awful, lofty, splendid. Contemporary research, 2016, using Hieronymus Bosch paintings found gender differences, safety, and liking more closely related for female participants. Burke's proclivity for sublime may reflect male gaze on aesthetics, with women less susceptible to Burkean sublime than men on average, suggesting Burke's concepts confounded with gender-related aesthetic preferences. Death and revival of beauty in contemporary art. High modernism's aestheticide, 1950s to 60s. Ilario Colli describes systematic breakdown. Schoenberg to Boulez/Stockhausen's serial music eliminated tonal beauty. Picasso to Pollock abstraction eliminated representational beauty. Fluxus movement completely rejected traditional aesthetic values, fulfilling Nietzsche's prophecy. Beauty is dead, and we have killed it. Theoretical justifications. Hal Foster's The Anti-Aesthetic, 1983, questioned the very notion of the aesthetic, its network of ideas. Beauty became associated with bourgeois values and political conservatism. Greenberg's formalism seen as elitist. Beauty equated with passive consumption versus conceptual engagement, requiring active thinking. Postmodern rejection. Beauty seen as oppression tool, feminist critique via male gaze, and standards imposed by dominant culture, post-colonial critique. Beauty is truth equation dissolved. Art valued for disruption, critique, and provocation over harmony. The revival, 2000s present. Exhibitions like Regarding Beauty, 1999, Academic Discourse, Uncontrollable Beauty, Toward a New Aesthetics, 1998, Sticky, Sublime, 2001, Artist statements increasingly comfortable discussing beauty without irony, and neuroaesthetics providing scientific validation, signal return. Current understanding, beauty recognized as fundamental human need/response, culturally diverse, yet neurologically grounded, compatible with political engagement, conceptual rigor, cultural critique, formal experimentation. Beauty need not be conservative, decorative, passive, or universal. Contemporary position embraces beauty as complement to, rather than opposite of critical thinking. Conclusion: beauty's inescapable power. The October 2025 Louvre heist, confirmed as real, still under investigation with jewels unrecovered, exemplifies humanity's ancient, complex, and sometimes destructive relationship with beauty. Those four thieves risked decades in prison for 8 pieces of historical jewelry because human brains evolved to find beauty irresistibly compelling. Neuroscience reveals beauty hijacks reward circuits designed for survival, food, sex, social bonding, activating identical dopamine and opioid systems, creating wanting and liking powerful enough to override rational risk assessment. The medial orbitofrontal cortex, nucleus accumbens, and distributed networks process aesthetic value with activation intensity proportional to perceived beauty. This isn't cultural conditioning. It's biological architecture shaped over millions of years through sexual selection, environmental adaptation, and perceptual system evolution. Yet culture profoundly shapes how this universal capacity expresses itself. Beauty standards vary dramatically across history and geography, from Renaissance voluptuousness to 1990s heroin chic, from Japanese wabi-sabi celebrating imperfection to Western classical ideals of symmetrical perfection, from Islamic geometric patterns to representational realism. Globalization homogenizes toward Western/white standards, while countermovements celebrate diversity, creating contemporary tension between universal biology and culturally constructed preferences. The psychology of art theft and obsessive collecting reveals beauty's dark potential. From Stefan Breitwieser, stealing 239 artworks to live surrounded by beauty, to tulip mania bankrupting Dutch merchants, to Egyptian tomb robbers risking impalement for gilded treasures, to Nazi systematic looting serving aesthetic ideology, to modern billionaires compulsively acquiring. Beauty obsession can become pathological when dopamine-driven wanting spirals into compulsion exceeding liking. Yet beauty also heals. Museum prescriptions reduce anxiety and depression. Nature exposure lowers cortisol 21 to 29% and reduces burnout. Awe experiences diminish self-focus, increase pro-social behavior, and reduce inflammation markers. Art therapy effectively treats PTSD, eating disorders, dementia, and cancer patients' distress. Workplace aesthetics increase productivity 17%, and well-being correlates R equals 0.72 with design quality. Beauty represents prescription-strength medicine for mental health when engaged healthily rather than obsessively. The art market demonstrates how beauty, scarcity, and human psychology create extreme valuations disconnected from intrinsic worth. Auction fever, anchoring effects, endowment effects, FOMO, and herd mentality systematically distort rational decision-making. Speculation creates bubbles when buy to sell replaces buy to keep. The €88 million valuation of stolen jewels reflects not just materials and craftsmanship, but historical provenance, cultural meaning, scarcity, and shared belief systems. Pure social construction creating economic reality. Modern aesthetic research using fMRI, eye tracking, VR, AI, and psychophysiological measurement reveals beauty processing involves interaction between sensory motor systems, perception, emotion valuation systems, reward circuits, and meaning knowledge systems, interpretation. Processing fluency, peak shift effects, individual differences in openness, cultural familiarity, and epistemic motivation all modulate aesthetic responses. The Mona Lisa phenomenon shows how cumulative advantage and mere exposure effects create canonical status. Psychological and social factors amplify initial quality into enduring fame. Art history reveals beauty has always served power. Commissioning power determining who creates, representational power determining who gets depicted as beautiful, canonical power determining preservation and study. The male gaze structured Western art for centuries. Beauty standards reinforced class, race, and gender hierarchies. Yet contemporary challenges through body positivity, diverse representation, and recognition of culturally specific standards offer corrective to narrow ideals. The Louvre thieves understood something fundamental. Certain objects possess value, transcending rational calculation, because they activate evolved psychological mechanisms society agrees to honor with extreme worth. Whether they stole from economic desperation, professional criminal careers, obsessive beauty attraction, or nationalist ideology, they demonstrated beauty's power to motivate extreme risk-taking. The same power that creates museums, fills concert halls, inspires artists, heals patients, enhances workplaces, and shapes civilizations. As prosecutor Laure Bercuot said, the greater loss was to France's historical heritage. Acknowledging that beyond €88 million in material value, the stolen jewels represent connection to national identity, historical continuity, and collective aesthetic experience. Their recovery matters not just for financial restitution, but for restoring France's tangible link to beauty created by ancestors. Beauty that will continue activating reward circuits in human brains for generations if returned, fulfilling its evolutionary purpose of creating meaning, pleasure, and shared cultural identity. Beauty's power proves both blessing and curse. It heals mental illness and drives art theft, creates museums and market bubbles, inspires masterpieces, and enables oppression, activates universal brain circuits, and expresses culturally specific values. The 2025 Louvre heist reminds us that humanity's obsession with beauty, rooted in biology, shaped by culture, weaponizable for destruction, deployable for healing, remains one of our most defining and dangerous characteristics. Understanding this power becomes essential for harnessing beauty's benefits while guarding against its potential to distort judgment, create harm, and drive otherwise rational people to irrational obsession. The crown jewels remain missing. The psychological forces that motivated their theft remain embedded in every human brain, waiting for the right combination of beauty, opportunity, and motivation to activate once more. Picture this: a vault deep beneath the streets of Stockholm, sealed tight against the summer air. 4 people huddle in the darkness, their world reduced to concrete walls and the metallic taste of fear. Above them, police snipers wait with fingers on triggers. Beside them, armed criminals hold their lives in trembling hands. 6 days stretch out like 6 lifetimes, and then something inexplicable happens. Something that defies every instinct we think we understand about survival, about danger, about the human heart. The hostages begin to protect their captors. They defend them. They refuse to testify against them. They visit them in prison. This is where our story begins, in that vault beneath Stockholm, where psychiatrists would later coin a term that would echo through courtrooms, therapy sessions, and popular culture for the next 50 years. A term that attempts to explain the impossible. Why victims sometimes fall in love with their tormentors. Why prisoners sometimes defend their jailers. Why the human mind, when pushed to its breaking point, sometimes does the most unexpected thing imaginable. Tonight, we're descending into the shadows of Stockholm Syndrome. We're exploring the twisted corridors of the captive mind, where fear transforms into affection, where survival rewrites the rules of emotion, where the boundaries between victim and ally blur into something we still struggle to comprehend. We'll walk through the bank vault where it all began, stand beside Patty Hearst as she holds a rifle for her kidnappers, and examine the controversial psychology that tries to make sense of it all. Because Stockholm Syndrome isn't just a clinical curiosity, it's a window into the darkest corners of human adaptation, a testament to our will to survive, and perhaps a mirror reflecting uncomfortable truths about power, control, and the fragility of the self. So settle in as the night deepens around you. We're about to explore one of psychology's most debated, most misunderstood, and most hauntingly human phenomena. This is the story of Stockholm Syndrome. August 23rd, 1973. Stockholm's Norrmalmstorg Square gleams in the late summer sun. The Sveriges Kreditbanken sits at the heart of the financial district, its facade promising security and order. Inside, tellers count kroner, customers wait in orderly lines, and the hum of commerce fills the air with the illusion of normalcy. Then, at 10 minutes past 10 in the morning, that illusion shatters. A man walks through the doors. His name is Jan Erik Olsson, though the newspapers will soon know him as Jan. Under his folded jacket, hidden from view until the perfect moment, he carries a submachine gun. When he pulls it free, the weapon seems to materialize from nowhere. He fires into the ceiling. Plaster rains down like snow. The crack of gunfire echoes off marble walls, and with a voice disguised to sound American, he shouts in English, "The party has just begun." What happens next unfolds with a terrible, methodical precision. A police officer responds to the silent alarm. Olsson shoots him in the hand. Blood spatters across the polished floor. The officer retreats, wounded but alive. Olsson takes 4 bank employees hostage. 3 women named Birgitta Lundblad, Elizabeth Oldgren, and Kristin Emmark, and 1 man named Sven Safstrom. He demands more than $700,000 in Swedish and foreign currency. He demands a getaway car, and he demands something else, something that will turn this robbery into something far more complex: the release of Clark Olofsson, one of Sweden's most notorious criminals, serving time for armed robbery and complicity in murder. The authorities, perhaps unwisely, grant this last demand. Olofsson arrives at the bank. Now there are 2 captors, 4 hostages, and a situation spiraling into territory no one quite knows how to navigate. The police surround the building. Snipers take position on rooftops, their crosshairs trained on windows. Negotiators set up command posts. The media descends like locusts, cameras pointed at every entrance, reporters breathlessly updating a nation transfixed by the unfolding drama. And inside the vault, Where Olsen has moved his hostages for maximum security, something strange begins to happen. 6 days. That's how long the siege lasts. 144 hours in a concrete tomb beneath the earth. The hostages are chained by the neck at night to prevent escape. They're used as human shields. Death threats hang in the air like smoke. The police pump gas into the vault, forcing everyone to wear masks or suffocate. Every moment carries the weight of potential violence. The possibility that this could be the minute when everything goes catastrophically wrong. But in those 6 days, something else grows alongside the fear. The hostages begin to see their captors not as monsters, but as men. Olsen shares food with them. He tells them stories. They play checkers together. He protects them from what they perceive as the greater threat, the police, whose tactics seem reckless, whose willingness to storm the bank appears to value justice over their survival. Kristin Einmark, 23 years old and terrified, manages to place a phone call to Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme. Her words shock the nation. "I trust my captors, but I'm afraid of the police. I'm afraid I'll die in a police assault." Think about that for a moment. A woman held at gunpoint, chained in a vault, trusting her captors more than the people trying to rescue her. On August 28th, after negotiations break down and the gas forces their hand, Olsen and Olofsson surrender. The hostages emerge, blinking into daylight, into freedom, into safety. The ordeal is over, but the story is just beginning. Because what happens next confounds everyone. The hostages refuse to testify against their captors in court. They visit them in prison. They defend their actions. One of the women later describes feeling grateful to Olofsson, seeing him as her protector rather than her tormentor. The public watches in bewilderment. The police, having risked their lives for the rescue, feel betrayed. And a psychiatrist named Niels Bejero, who'd been brought in to analyse the situation, coins a term to explain this inexplicable behaviour: Normalmstorg-syndromet, the Normalmstorg square syndrome. The rest of the world will come to know it as Stockholm Syndrome. Bejero frames it as a form of brainwashing, an irrational response born from trauma and fear. The term spreads like wildfire. It becomes shorthand for understanding how victims can develop positive feelings toward their abusers. It enters the popular imagination, a neat explanation for a messy psychological reality. But here's where the story grows more complex, more uncomfortable, because decades later, the hostages themselves push back against this narrative. Kristin Einmark, the woman who trusted her captors, writes a memoir titled "I Became Stockholm Syndrome." In it, she argues that her actions weren't irrational at all. She wasn't brainwashed, she was making calculated decisions to survive. The police had shown themselves to be incompetent, reckless, willing to endanger her life. Her captors, by contrast, had shown her moments of humanity, had treated her with a degree of decency. In that impossible situation, trusting them made perfect sense. There was no love, she insists in interviews, no physical attraction. I was a 23-year-old woman trying to survive 6 terrifying days in a bank vault. Modern critics of the Stockholm Syndrome concept point to this as evidence of something troubling. They suggest that the term was invented not to understand the hostages, but to discredit them, to pathologize rational survival strategies, to silence women who dared to question police authority. Some argue it's rooted in sexism, in the historic tendency to frame women's decisions as irrational, as symptoms of hysteria or mental weakness, rather than as logical responses to impossible circumstances. Yet the term persists. It spreads beyond that vault in Stockholm. It becomes a lens through which we view countless other cases, other situations where captives seem to side with their captors. And the most famous case of all, the one that would cement Stockholm Syndrome in the American consciousness, was about to unfold across the Atlantic. February 4th, 1974. Just months after the Stockholm incident captured headlines, another case would emerge that would forever link itself to Bejerot's newly coined term, Berkeley, California. Nightfall brings a chill to the streets, but inside the Benvenue Avenue apartment, 19-year-old Patricia Hearst is warm, safe, content. She's the granddaughter of publishing magnate William Randolph Hearst, heir to one of America's great fortunes. She's a sophomore at the University of California, living with her fiancé, Stephen Weed, planning a future that seems golden and secure. Then, at 9 in the evening, her door explodes inward. 3 people burst through. 2 men, 1 woman. They carry firearms. They beat Stephen Weed viciously, leaving him bloodied and semi-conscious. They blindfold Patty, gag her, drag her screaming into the night. She's thrown into the trunk of a car. The lid slams shut, sealing her into darkness. When it opens again, her old life is over. Her new life, in all its horror and confusion, is just beginning. Her kidnappers are members of the Symbionese Liberation Army, what authorities would describe as an urban guerrilla group, a radical leftist organization committed to overthrowing the United States government and destroying the capitalist system. They're small in number, but large in ambition, driven by revolutionary ideology and a willingness to use violence to achieve their goals. They've chosen Patty not for who she is, but for what she represents: wealth, privilege, the establishment they want to tear down. They plan to use her as a bargaining chip, a symbol, a tool of propaganda. For the first 57 days of her captivity, Patty is kept in a closet, bound and blindfolded. The space is so small she can barely move. Sensory deprivation becomes a weapon. Her captors, led by a man named Donald DeFries, subject her to constant ideological lectures about revolutionary action, feminism, the evils of capitalism. They threaten her with death if she tries to escape. They tell her she'll be beaten or hung from the ceiling if she makes noise. The conditions suggest a deliberate strategy to break down her identity and rebuild it in their image, though the full extent of what occurred during those 57 days remains known only to those who were there. Someone named Tanya begins to emerge. The transformation is documented in a series of audio recordings released to the media. In them, Patty's voice grows stronger, more defiant, more aligned with the SLA's rhetoric. She denounces her family as corporate pigs. She declares her commitment to the revolutionary cause. She becomes, by all appearances, a willing member of the group that kidnapped her. The public watches in shock and fascination. Is she brainwashed? Is she acting under duress? Or has she genuinely converted to their ideology? The answer comes on April 15th, 1974, 70 days after her kidnapping. Security cameras inside the Hibernia Bank in San Francisco capture images that will become iconic, haunting, endlessly debated. There's Patty Hearst, now Tanya, holding an assault rifle. She's wearing a wig, a long coat, revolutionary garb. She's shouting orders at terrified customers, herding them into position, covering the other SLA members as they rob the bank. She looks confident, committed, dangerous. She doesn't look like a hostage. She looks like a soldier. Later, during another robbery at a sporting goods store, she opens fire into the storefront. No one is harmed, but the intent is clear. She's not just complying with orders, she's actively participating. The FBI adds her name to their most wanted list. The face that once appeared in society pages now stares out from wanted posters. America doesn't know what to make of her. Victim or criminal, hostage or revolutionary. The lines have blurred beyond recognition. The manhunt stretches on for months. The SLA moves from safe house to safe house, always one step ahead of law enforcement. Then, in May of 1974, several members, including DeFries, are killed in a shootout with police in Los Angeles. Patty is not among them. She goes deeper underground with the surviving members, She commits more crimes. She becomes more deeply enmeshed in the very group that destroyed her old life. Finally, on September 18th, 1975, the FBI closes in. They find her in a San Francisco apartment with another SLA member, Wendy Yoshimura. She's arrested. During booking, when asked to list her occupation, she writes, "Urban guerrilla." When her attorney tries to relay messages to the media, she asks him to say, "Tell everybody that I'm smiling, that I feel free and strong, and I send my greetings and love to all the sisters and brothers out there." But something has clearly changed. The woman they arrest bears little resemblance to the woman who was kidnapped. Her weight has dropped to 87 pounds. Psychologist Margaret Singer, who examines her in October 1975, describes her as a low IQ, low effect zombie. Her IQ, once measured at 130, now tests at 112. There are significant gaps in her memory, suggesting the trauma has left measurable cognitive effects. Her trial becomes a battleground over the nature of coercive persuasion and what would later be fully recognized as Stockholm Syndrome. Her defense attorney, the famous F. Lee Bailey, argues that she was brainwashed, that she developed what we now call Stockholm Syndrome, that everything she did was done under extreme psychological duress. He brings in expert witnesses who testify about coercive persuasion, about how captivity can shatter the mind and rebuild it in the captor's image. He shows photographs from the bank robbery, revealing SLA members pointing guns at Patty even as she holds her own weapon. Evidence that could support claims of ongoing intimidation. The prosecution argues the opposite. They point to her recorded statements, her apparent enthusiasm for the cause, her failure to escape when opportunities presented themselves. They paint her as a woman who made choices and must face consequences, even if those choices were made under extraordinary circumstances. The jury deliberates for just one day. On March 20th, 1976, they convict her of bank robbery and using a firearm during the commission of a felony. The judge sentences her to 7 years in prison. The conviction suggests the jury, at least, didn't fully accept the brainwashing defense, though questions about her state of mind would continue to be debated for decades. She serves 22 months before President Jimmy Carter commutes her sentence in February 1979. More than 2 decades later, in January 2001, on his final day in office, President Bill Clinton grants her a full pardon. The legal system's response suggests recognition that something happened to her, something that complicates questions of culpability, even if it doesn't erase it entirely. But the questions remain. Was she really brainwashed? Did she really have Stockholm Syndrome? Or was that just a convenient label slapped onto a situation too complex for easy categorization? Decades later, Patty herself seems uncertain. In her autobiography, she expresses disappointment with Bailey's defense strategy, suggests he was unfocused at crucial moments, wonders if a different approach might have yielded a different outcome. She maintains that she acted out of fear, that she believed she would be killed if she tried to escape or refused to participate. But she also admits the psychological damage was so profound that her own memories are unreliable, that the person who robbed that bank exists in her mind as almost a stranger, someone she was, but can no longer fully access or understand. The Patty Hearst case becomes the most famous alleged example of Stockholm Syndrome in American history. It's the case people reference when they want to understand the concept. But it's also a case that raises more questions than it answers, that highlights the controversy surrounding the very existence of Stockholm Syndrome as a distinct psychological phenomenon, the psychology of the impossible. So what exactly is happening in the mind of someone who develops Stockholm Syndrome? Why would a person form emotional bonds with someone who threatens their life, who strips away their freedom, who holds absolute power over them? The answers lie in the intricate machinery of human survival, in the desperate calculations the brain makes when confronted with inescapable danger. Let's start with the most fundamental truth. Humans are wired for survival above all else. When faced with a life-threatening situation, our brains activate ancient mechanisms designed to keep us alive. Fight or flight are the responses most people know about. Confront the danger or run from it. But there's a third response, less discussed but equally important: freeze. And beyond that, there's an even more sophisticated adaptation: befriend. When you can't fight, when you can't flee, when you're trapped with someone who controls whether you live or die, your brain starts making different calculations. It begins to see cooperation not as betrayal of yourself, but as a pathway to survival. This isn't weakness, it isn't irrationality. It's the human mind doing what it does best, adapting to circumstances, finding angles, maximizing the odds of seeing another sunrise. Some evolutionary psychologists have proposed that this capacity might be ancient, potentially stretching back to our earliest ancestors. In prehistoric times, being captured by a rival group was a real possibility. Those who resisted violently were more likely to be killed. Those who could form bonds with their captors, who could make themselves valuable or sympathetic, may have had better chances of survival and eventually being integrated into the new group. Women especially, who might be taken as wives or absorbed into other tribes, could have increased their survival odds by adapting rather than resisting. From this perspective, Stockholm Syndrome wouldn't be a disorder at all, but rather an evolved feature, a survival mechanism that developed over millennia. This remains a theoretical framework rather than proven fact, but it offers one lens for understanding why such seemingly counterintuitive responses might exist in human psychology. But the evolutionary explanation only takes us so far. The immediate psychological mechanisms are what transform fear into something resembling affection. Several factors need to align for Stockholm Syndrome to develop. First, there must be a perceived threat to survival. The victim must genuinely believe they could die. This constant fear creates a state of hyper-arousal, where the nervous system is perpetually activated, where every action and reaction is magnified in importance. Second, the captor must show small acts of kindness. This is crucial. If the captor is unremittingly brutal, the victim remains in pure terror, unable to see them as anything but a threat. But when the captor provides food, allows bathroom breaks, engages in conversation, refrains from carrying out threatened violence, these small mercies become enormous in the victim's perception. The brain latches onto them desperately. Compared to death, these gestures feel like love. This is where cognitive dissonance enters the picture. The human mind struggles to hold contradictory beliefs simultaneously. This person is my mortal enemy, and this person is keeping me alive, create an intolerable psychological tension. The mind resolves this by shifting the narrative. Maybe they're not so bad. Maybe they have reasons for what they're doing. Maybe I can understand them. The victim begins to rationalize, to justify, to see the situation from the captor's perspective. Third, there must be isolation from other perspectives. When you're cut off from family, friends, news, any voice that might remind you who you were before, the captor's worldview becomes the only worldview. Their logic starts to make sense because it's the only logic you're exposed to. This is particularly powerful in longer captivities, where days blur into weeks, where the old life starts to feel like a dream, and the captivity becomes the only reality. Fourth, the victim must believe escape is impossible. If you think you can get away, you maintain psychological resistance. But when you're convinced there's no way out, that your only path to survival is through cooperation and connection with your captor, the mind begins its adaptation. Intermittent reinforcement amplifies all of this. This is a concept from behavioral psychology. When rewards and punishments are unpredictable, when kindness and cruelty alternate without pattern, The bond that forms is stronger than if treatment were consistently good or consistently bad. The victim becomes hypervigilant to the captor's moods, desperate to predict and please, grateful for moments of mercy precisely because they know cruelty could return at any moment. It's the same mechanism that makes gambling addictive, that keeps people trapped in abusive relationships. The unpredictability creates a psychological hook that's almost impossible to shake. The victim also experiences what psychologists call primitive gratitude for the gift of life. When someone has the power to kill you and chooses not to, when they could harm you but instead show restraint. The relief is so overwhelming that it can be mistaken for genuine affection. The captor becomes, in a twisted way, a savior. Never mind that they're the reason you need saving. The mind, desperate for something to cling to, transforms them into a protector. There's also an element of infantilization. Hostages become completely dependent on their captors for basic needs: food, water, permission to use the bathroom, even the ability to speak. This dependency mirrors the relationship between parent and child. And just as children bond with parents even when those parents are abusive, hostages can bond with captors. The power dynamic creates a psychological regression, where the victim's identity shrinks, where their will becomes aligned with the will of the person who controls every aspect of their existence. But here is what the research reveals. Not everyone develops Stockholm Syndrome. In fact, most don't. An FBI study from 1999, examining more than 1,200 hostage incidents, found that only about 8% of kidnapping victims showed signs of Stockholm Syndrome. When researchers excluded victims who showed negative feelings only toward law enforcement while maintaining neutral or negative feelings toward captors, that number dropped to 5%. A separate FBI survey of 600 police agencies in 1989 found not a single case where emotional involvement between victim and kidnapper actually interfered with or jeopardized a tactical assault. The data suggests this phenomenon, while real in some cases, remains relatively rare. So why do some people's minds take this adaptive path while others resist? The research doesn't give us definitive answers, but several possibilities have been explored. Some psychologists suggest that people with histories of trauma, people who've previously learned to survive through accommodation rather than confrontation, may be more susceptible. Others point to personality factors that could play a role: high empathy, a tendency towards seeing multiple perspectives, the capacity to understand motivation even in harmful people. It's also likely that specific circumstances of the captivity matter enormously, the particular dynamics between that captor and that victim, the thousand small variables that make each hostage situation unique. Much remains unknown about why some individuals respond this way, while others in similar situations do not. There's also significant overlap between Stockholm Syndrome and related concepts. Trauma bonding refers to the emotional attachment that forms in any abusive relationship where there's a power imbalance and intermittent reinforcement. It's seen in domestic violence, in cult membership, in situations where victims defend their abusers or struggle to leave even when escape is possible. Stockholm Syndrome might be better understood as a specific type of trauma bonding that occurs in captivity scenarios. Some researchers have proposed replacing the term Stockholm Syndrome altogether with appeasement, a framework based on polyvagal theory. This approach focuses on the neurobiological survival mechanisms that kick in under extreme threat, the ways the nervous system automatically tries to calm the aggressor through social engagement and cooperation. It normalizes these responses as adaptive rather than pathological, removing the stigma and victim blaming that can come with diagnostic labels. The deeper you look into Stockholm Syndrome, the more it becomes clear that we're dealing with something profoundly human, the lengths to which our minds will go to preserve life, to find meaning in chaos, to forge connection even in the darkest circumstances. Whether we call it a syndrome, a coping mechanism, a survival strategy, or simply the heart's desperate attempt to find hope in captivity, it reveals uncomfortable truths about vulnerability, power, and the plasticity of human emotion. For all its cultural ubiquity, for all the times it's referenced in movies and television and casual conversation, Stockholm Syndrome exists in a peculiar limbo. Open the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the DSM-5, the Bible of psychiatric diagnosis used by mental health professionals worldwide, and you won't find Stockholm Syndrome listed anywhere. It's not an official diagnosis. It's not a recognized disorder. It's a concept, a label, a shorthand for a cluster of behaviors that may or may not represent a coherent psychological phenomenon. This absence from official diagnostic manuals isn't accidental. It reflects deep controversies within the psychiatric and psychological communities about whether Stockholm Syndrome is real, whether it's useful, whether it does more harm than good. The first problem is definitional. There are no agreed-upon diagnostic criteria for Stockholm Syndrome. Different researchers describe different symptoms. Some emphasize positive feelings toward captors. Others focus on negative feelings toward rescuers. Still others highlight the refusal to cooperate with authorities or testify against captors. When you ask 10 psychologists to define Stockholm Syndrome, you're likely to get 10 different answers. This vagueness makes scientific study nearly impossible. How do you research something you can't clearly define? How do you measure prevalence, identify risk factors, or develop treatments? A comprehensive review of the medical and psychological literature published in 2008 by researchers including Mary Numniak found remarkably little published academic research on Stockholm Syndrome. Most of what exists consists of case studies and media reports rather than rigorous empirical studies. The researchers found ambiguity in how the term was used, inconsistency in diagnostic criteria, and a notable pattern. Most diagnoses appeared to be made by journalists and commentators rather than by actual mental health professionals examining patients. Their conclusion pointed to significant gaps in our understanding of whether this represents a true syndrome at all. This raises a second controversy: the role of media in creating and perpetuating the concept. Stockholm Syndrome may be more of a cultural idea than a clinical reality, a narrative we tell ourselves to make sense of behaviors that confuse or disturb us. It's easy to say someone has Stockholm Syndrome. It's much harder to prove it exists as a distinct psychological entity rather than as a mix of other recognized conditions like post-traumatic stress disorder, acute stress reaction, or various trauma responses. But the deepest controversy surrounding Stockholm Syndrome centers on concerns about its origins and potential misuse. Critics, including gender studies scholars and some of the original hostages themselves, have raised questions about whether the term was coined to pathologize rational behavior, particularly women's behavior. Consider the circumstances. Niels Bejerot coined the term after the Stockholm bank robbery without directly interviewing or examining the hostages themselves. He observed from outside, watched their behavior during negotiations, listened to their statements, and declared them to be suffering from a syndrome. The hostages themselves, particularly Kristin Enmark, have spent decades pushing back against this characterization. In her memoir and in interviews, Enmark insists that they weren't irrational, weren't brainwashed, but were making reasonable decisions given impossible circumstances. Some scholars and journalists, including Australian writer Jess Hill in her book about domestic violence, have pointed out that 3 of the 4 Stockholm hostages were women, and it was primarily their behaviour, their stated trust in their captors, that was labelled as pathological. They note a historical pattern. When women make decisions that challenge authority or defy expectations, those decisions have sometimes been framed as symptoms of mental instability rather than as rational choices. The parallel to historical concepts like hysteria, which was used for centuries to dismiss women's experiences, raises uncomfortable questions about whether Stockholm Syndrome represents a modern version of this pattern. Consider the power dynamics in the original Stockholm case. The hostages were terrified, not just of their captors, but of the police, who had shown themselves, in the hostages' view, to be incompetent and willing to endanger hostage lives. When Kristin Enmark called the Prime Minister and said she trusted her captors more than the police, she was describing a reality where the people supposed to save her posed what she perceived as the greater immediate threat. Bejerot, as a police consultant working directly with a negotiating team, occupied a position that some critics suggest created a potential conflict of interest. If the hostages' criticisms of police tactics could be framed as evidence of psychological impairment rather than legitimate concerns, their critiques might be more easily dismissed. Whether this influenced Bejerot's interpretation remains a matter of debate, but the question highlights broader concerns about who gets to define what counts as rational behaviour in extreme circumstances. The implications extend far beyond that bank vault. Stockholm Syndrome has been applied, often loosely, to victims of domestic violence who stay with their abusers, to cult members who defend their leaders, to trafficking victims who don't immediately seek help when opportunities arise. In many of these cases, the label can become a tool of victim blaming. It shifts focus from the abuser's actions to the victim's response, suggesting that the victim's attachment or loyalty is the problem rather than a symptom of the abuse they've endured. There's also danger in how the concept can be misused in legal contexts. While Stockholm Syndrome is not recognised as a formal defence, it's been invoked in numerous trials. The problem is that it can cut both ways. Defendants might claim Stockholm Syndrome to reduce culpability, as Patty Hearst's attorneys attempted. But prosecutors might also use it to discredit victims who defend their abusers or fail to act in ways that conform to expectations of how victims should behave. The lack of clear diagnostic criteria means the term becomes a rhetorical weapon, used to support whatever narrative a particular side wants to advance. Some mental health professionals advocate for abandoning the term entirely, replacing it with more precise language that doesn't carry the same baggage. They suggest we talk about trauma bonding, about survival strategies, about the neurobiological responses to captivity and abuse. These terms, they argue, better capture the reality without pathologizing victims or minimizing their agency. Yet, despite all these controversies, despite the lack of official recognition, despite the criticisms and concerns, Stockholm Syndrome persists in our collective consciousness. Why? Perhaps because it addresses something we desperately want to understand: how people can form emotional connections in the most unlikely circumstances, how the human capacity for empathy and bond formation can be twisted and exploited, how survival sometimes requires us to become people we never imagined we could be. The debate over Stockholm Syndrome isn't just academic. It has real implications for how we treat victims, how we structure therapeutic interventions, how we understand trauma and resilience. It forces us to ask uncomfortable questions about the nature of choice under duress, about the line between adaptation and pathology, about whether survival strategies should be medicalized or simply recognized as part of the complex spectrum of human responses to impossible situations. The term Stockholm Syndrome was born in a dramatic hostage situation, but its application has spread far beyond bank robberies and kidnappings. Psychologists and researchers have identified similar patterns of behavior in a wide range of abusive and coercive relationships. Understanding these contexts reveals both the breadth of the phenomenon and the controversies that surround its use. Domestic violence is perhaps the most common setting where Stockholm Syndrome concepts are applied. Partners trapped in abusive relationships often exhibit behaviors that baffle friends and family. They defend their abusers, they return after leaving, they minimize the violence or blame themselves. They express love for the person who harms them. From the outside, these behaviors can seem incomprehensible. Why would someone stay with someone who beats them, degrades them, controls them? But when you understand the mechanics we've discussed, traumatic bonding, intermittent reinforcement, isolation, dependency, the behavior starts to make tragic sense. The abusive partner alternates between violence and affection, creating an addictive cycle where the victim becomes desperate for the good times, grateful when the abuse stops even temporarily. The abuser isolates the victim from support networks, controlling finances, monitoring communications, creating a situation where leaving feels impossible. The victim's sense of self erodes under constant criticism and control, and just like a hostage, they may come to see their abuser as their best chance for survival, may develop empathy for the abuser's own troubled history, may believe that if they just behave correctly, the violence will stop. Applying Stockholm Syndrome to domestic violence is controversial though. Critics argue it pathologizes victims, suggesting they're mentally ill rather than responding rationally to a dangerous situation. They worry it shifts blame onto victims for their emotional responses rather than onto abusers for their violence. Some advocate for using terms like battered person syndrome, or simply recognizing these patterns as normal trauma responses, rather than creating a separate syndrome category. Cult membership provides another context where Stockholm Syndrome dynamics appear. Cult leaders exercise extreme control over members, using isolation, sleep deprivation, dietary restrictions, constant indoctrination, and intermittent rewards and punishments to break down individual identity and rebuild it around the cult's ideology. Members often defend the cult even when confronted with evidence of harm, even after leaving. They describe feeling special and chosen within the cult, developing deep emotional bonds with the leader, seeing outsiders who criticize the cult as the enemy. The parallel to hostage situations is clear: total control, dependency for basic needs, isolation from alternative perspectives, intermittent reinforcement. Yet, unlike hostages, cult members typically join voluntarily, at least initially. This complicates the picture. Is it Stockholm Syndrome if you walked in the door yourself? Or is it a different phenomenon entirely? The debate continues. Human trafficking, particularly sex trafficking, presents another troubling application. Victims of trafficking are often controlled through a combination of violence, manipulation, and creating dependencies. Traffickers may act as romantic partners initially, creating emotional bonds before exploitation begins. They may provide drugs, creating physical dependency. They may isolate victims from anyone who might help them escape. Victims sometimes express affection for their traffickers, refuse help from authorities, return to their traffickers after being rescued. Again, these behaviors fit patterns associated with Stockholm Syndrome: captivity, dependency, intermittent kindness, trauma bonding. Research examining this connection has found suggestive patterns. A study published in 2018 by researchers Karand and Hansen reviewed personal accounts from female sex workers in India, finding conditions and responses that bore similarities to Stockholm Syndrome characteristics. Some women in the narratives described having hoped at one time to start families with their traffickers despite enduring abuse. The findings point to how trauma bonding mechanisms might operate across different cultural contexts. Though the researchers noted the complexity of these situations, and the need for more research to fully understand the dynamics at play. Childhood abuse represents perhaps the most heartbreaking context where Stockholm Syndrome concepts apply. Children who are abused by parents or guardians exist in a state of absolute dependency. They cannot leave. They rely on their abusers for survival. Their understanding of love and care becomes twisted around the abuse. They may defend their abusers, blame themselves for the violence, express love for the person who harms them. The long-term psychological damage of this kind of trauma bonding can persist throughout life, affecting every subsequent relationship, every understanding of love and safety. Athletic coaching provides a less obvious but increasingly recognized context. Research has documented cases where young athletes under abusive coaches may rationalize extreme treatment as necessary for excellence. They endure emotional abuse, physical degradation, dangerous training conditions, all while maintaining that their coach cares about them, knows what's best, is pushing them to greatness. They may sympathize with the coach's demands, defend them against criticism, even express gratitude for treatment that outsiders recognize as harmful. The power dynamics and dependency inherent in coach-athlete relationships can create conditions where trauma bonding becomes possible. Workplace dynamics can sometimes create patterns that resemble Stockholm Syndrome, particularly in highly hierarchical or abusive environments. Employees subjected to bullying bosses, toxic cultures, or exploitation may nonetheless defend their employers, identify with company ideology even when it harms them, or resist attempts by unions or regulators to improve conditions. The dependency inherent in employment, the power imbalance, and intermittent rewards can create bonds that share characteristics with trauma bonding. Though whether these workplace situations truly constitute Stockholm Syndrome remains debated among researchers. Even prison environments can potentially generate these dynamics, though documentation of such cases is more limited. Long-term inmates have sometimes been observed developing relationships with guards or prison authorities that appear to involve elements of identification with their captors. Hostages held for extended periods in political or criminal captivities have reported similar experiences, developing empathy for individual guards while still recognizing their overall captive status, seeing them as individuals caught in larger systems rather than purely as enemies. The common thread through all these contexts is power imbalance, isolation, dependency, and the human need to find connection and meaning even in harmful circumstances. Whether we call it Stockholm Syndrome or use other terminology, the underlying psychological mechanisms appear remarkably consistent across diverse situations. But this breadth of application also raises concerns. If Stockholm Syndrome can describe everything from hostage situations to workplace dynamics, has the term become so broad as to be meaningless? Does applying it to such varied contexts risk trivializing genuine captivity experiences? Or does it reveal something profound about how power and dependency shape human relationships across all domains of life? These questions don't have easy answers. What's clear is that the patterns of behavior, the psychological mechanisms, the trauma bonding are real, even if the label remains controversial. Victims and survivors in all these contexts deserve understanding, not judgment. Their responses, however confusing they may appear from outside, represent the mind's desperate attempts to survive, to preserve the self, to find humanity in inhumane circumstances. Recognition, recovery, and breaking free. Recognizing Stockholm Syndrome or trauma bonding in yourself or someone you care about is extraordinarily difficult. By definition, these psychological patterns involve distorted perception, rationalization, and emotional attachment to harmful people or situations. The person experiencing it often cannot see it clearly because their understanding of reality has been shaped by the very dynamics that created the syndrome. For those trapped in these situations, several signs might indicate trauma bonding has occurred. There's the persistent defense of the abuser's actions, even when others point out harm. There's difficulty leaving despite recognizing abuse intellectually. There's a sense that the abuser understands you better than anyone else, that your connection is special or unique despite the damage. There's fear of outside help, viewing police, therapists, or concerned friends and family as threats rather than support. There's emotional numbness toward the harm you're experiencing, an inability to feel appropriate anger or desire for justice. There's preoccupation with the abuser's well-being, even at the expense of your own safety. From outside, friends and family may notice someone making excuses for abusive behavior, minimizing serious incidents, blaming themselves for mistreatment, returning repeatedly to harmful situations after promising to leave, expressing love or loyalty to people who are clearly causing them harm, resisting help, or becoming defensive when the relationship is criticized. The challenge for both the person experiencing trauma bonding and those who care about them is that confrontation rarely works. Telling someone they have Stockholm Syndrome, that they need to leave, that they're being manipulated, often triggers defensiveness. The trauma bond makes them feel like you're attacking not just their abuser, but their judgment, their autonomy, their identity. They may withdraw further, cutting off contact with anyone who questions the relationship. Recovery from Stockholm Syndrome or trauma bonding is a gradual process that typically requires professional help. Therapy provides a safe space to begin examining the relationship without judgment, to slowly untangle the complex web of emotions and dependencies that have been created. The first crucial step is physical separation when possible. As long as someone remains in contact with their abuser or captor, the psychological patterns persist and often intensify. The bond is continuously reinforced through ongoing interaction. Distance creates space for perspective to gradually return, though this process can take months or even years. Psychotherapy, particularly trauma-focused approaches, helps individuals understand what happened to them. Cognitive behavioral therapy can address the distorted thinking patterns that develop during captivity or abuse. It helps identify and challenge the rationalizations, the minimizing, the self-blame. It rebuilds the capacity to recognize and trust one's own perceptions. Trauma-focused therapy also addresses the underlying terror and hypervigilance that often persist long after physical safety is established. Many survivors experience post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms, flashbacks, nightmares, panic attacks, depression, anxiety. These need treatment in their own right, separate from addressing the trauma bond itself. Education about trauma bonding and Stockholm Syndrome can be powerful, though timing matters. Too early, and it may trigger denial. But at the right point in recovery, understanding that their responses were normal survival mechanisms, not character flaws or signs of weakness, can be profoundly healing. It normalizes what they experienced, removes shame, helps them see themselves as survivors rather than as somehow complicit in their own victimization. Support groups with other survivors provide validation and connection. Hearing others describe similar experiences, similar confusion, similar guilt, helps break the isolation. It provides models for healing, shows that recovery is possible, creates a community of people who truly understand in ways that others cannot. Medication may help address symptoms of depression, anxiety, or PTSD that interfere with daily functioning and the healing process. While medication doesn't treat trauma bonding itself, stabilizing mood and reducing overwhelming symptoms can create space for therapeutic work. The recovery process is rarely linear. There may be setbacks, moments of longing for the abuser, periods of doubt about whether leaving was right. This is normal. The trauma bond was powerful, served a survival purpose, involves real emotional attachment even if that attachment formed under coercion. Breaking free means grieving not just what was lost, but also the person you became during the captivity or abuse. For those supporting someone through this recovery, patience is essential. Avoid judgment about why they stayed, why they defended their abuser, why it's taking so long to heal. Validate their experiences while also maintaining firm boundaries about safety. Celebrate small victories. Be present without trying to fix them. Recovery is their journey, not something that can be rushed or imposed from outside. Prevention is another angle worth considering. While we can't always prevent abusive situations, understanding the warning signs and dynamics can help. Recognizing isolation tactics, excessive control, intermittent reinforcement patterns, extreme power imbalances can alert people to get help earlier. Teaching critical thinking about relationships, building strong support networks, maintaining connections outside any single relationship, all create resilience against trauma bonding. Societal recognition matters too. The more we understand these dynamics, the less we blame victims, the more effectively we can intervene. Law enforcement trained in trauma bonding can better work with victims who seem uncooperative or who defend their abusers. Courts can make more informed decisions about cases involving coercion and psychological control. Therapists can provide better treatment when they understand the specific mechanisms at work. Breaking free from trauma bonding isn't just about physical escape. It's about reclaiming your sense of self, rebuilding your ability to trust your own judgment, learning to form healthy attachments, processing the trauma so it no longer controls your present. It's recognizing that the survival strategies that kept you alive in captivity or abuse may no longer serve you in freedom. It's understanding that the emotions you felt, however confusing, were human responses to inhuman circumstances. Recovery is possible. Thousands of survivors have done the hard work of healing, have rebuilt their lives, have learned to recognize and avoid patterns that could trap them again. The journey is difficult, often painful, sometimes lonely, but on the other side lies freedom, not just from the abuser, but from the psychological chains that outlast physical captivity. Conclusion: understanding the unthinkable. We've journeyed from a Stockholm bank vault to courtrooms, from evolutionary psychology to feminist critique, from hostage situations to everyday relationships. We've explored the phenomenon called Stockholm Syndrome from every angle: its origins, its alleged victims, the psychology that might explain it, the controversies that surround it, its applications beyond hostages, and the long road to recovery. What have we learned? Perhaps most importantly, that human psychology under extreme duress is far more complex than simple categories can capture. That survival does strange things to the mind, creates adaptations we never imagined we were capable of. That what looks like irrationality from outside may be profoundly rational from inside impossible circumstances. We've learned that Stockholm Syndrome, whatever we choose to call it, whatever its formal diagnostic status, points to something real. The human capacity to form emotional bonds, even in captivity, to see humanity even in captors, to adapt psychologically when physical escape is impossible. Whether this represents a distinct syndrome or simply one manifestation of trauma responses remains debated, but the experiences of survivors, the patterns documented across contexts, suggest we're witnessing something meaningful about human nature. We've also learned to question the labels we apply, to recognize how concepts like Stockholm Syndrome can be misused to discredit victims or minimize their agency. The term was born from the observations of a police consultant, not from the hostages themselves. It has been applied, often by people who've never experienced captivity, to explain behaviours they find confusing. We must hold space for the possibility that survivors understand their own experiences better than outside observers, that what we call symptoms might be strategies, that rationality takes different forms under different circumstances. The paradox at the heart of Stockholm Syndrome is this: the same empathy that makes us human, that allows us to connect and cooperate, can be exploited in captivity. The same survival instincts that kept our ancestors alive can be turned against us. The mechanisms that should protect us, psychological flexibility, the capacity to see multiple perspectives, the ability to bond, become tools of our entrapment. But understanding these mechanisms also points toward hope. If trauma bonding can be created, it can also be dissolved. If the mind can adapt to captivity, it can also adapt to freedom. Recovery is not just possible, but probable, with proper support, time, and dedication to healing. For those who've experienced these dynamics, know that your responses were not weakness. They were survival. The confusion you feel, the attachment that seems inexplicable in hindsight, the difficulty of breaking free, all of these are normal responses to abnormal situations. You are not broken, as you adapted, and now in safety you can adapt again, this time toward wholeness and autonomy. For those trying to understand someone in these circumstances, remember that judgment helps no one. Your role is not to explain why they stayed or why they defended their abuser. Your role is to be present, to offer support without conditions, to maintain connection even when their behaviors confuse you. Healing happens not through confrontation, but through compassion, through patience, through showing them they deserve better than what they've experienced. Stockholm Syndrome, in all its complexity and controversy, reminds us that the human mind is simultaneously resilient and vulnerable, strong and fragile, rational and profoundly shaped by circumstances. It challenges us to think more deeply about power, about control, about the nature of choice under duress. It demands that we extend understanding to survivors rather than judgment, that we recognize the many faces of trauma, that we hold space for experiences that don't fit neat categories. As we conclude this exploration, we're left not with simple answers, but with deeper questions, richer understanding, and perhaps more compassion for the incredible complexity of human psychology. The story that began in a bank vault in Stockholm continues in therapy rooms and courtrooms, in research laboratories and survivors' journeys, in every conversation about trauma and resilience.
A lion doesn't concern himself with the opinions of the sheep.
Modern psychology identifies the dark triad: Machiavellianism, narcissism, and psychopathy. Tywin embodies all three. Machiavellianism describes those who view relationships as strategic opportunities, where trust is naive and morality is merely a construct to manipulate. When Tywin orchestrates the Red Wedding, he's solving a problem. Robb Stark threatened Lannister power, so Tywin eliminated him efficiently through proxies. The violation of sacred guest right, the slaughter of hundreds at a wedding, merely unfortunate necessities in service of a larger goal. Machiavellian personalities use charm selectively, and Tywin exemplifies this, cordial with useful allies, coldly dismissive of everyone else. Narcissism manifests in Tywin as unshakable conviction in his own judgment. He doesn't see his children as individuals with their own desires. They're extensions of himself, components of House Lannister. Jaime continues the legacy. Cersei secures alliances. Tyrion is an embarrassment. This inability to recognize others' fundamental humanity is classic narcissism. What makes it particularly dangerous is how his genuine capabilities create a feedback loop. Strategic successes confirm his superiority. justifying dismissal of others' perspectives and enabling increasingly ruthless decisions without internal conflict. Psychopathy involves profound emotional detachment and inability to form genuine bonds. Tywin's marriage to his cousin Joanna appears to be the one exception. Accounts suggest genuine love, with witnesses noting he smiled in her presence. When she died, giving birth to Tyrion in 273 AC, the joy went out of him entirely. He never remarried, which could reflect genuine grief. Yet even this didn't prevent him from channeling that loss into decades of hatred for Tyrion. His treatment of Tyrion following Joffrey's death reveals his psychopathic core. Tywin knows Tyrion is innocent, but orchestrates a trial designed for conviction because it serves his purposes. The ability to condemn your own innocent son to death requires an absence of normal emotional functioning. These dark triad traits explain Tywin's rise from a position where his house was mocked to becoming one of the most feared figures in Westeros. Yet these same traits create blind spots. Narcissists can't accept criticism. Psychopaths fail to predict emotional reactions. Machiavellians underestimate loyalty and moral conviction. Tywin's downfall ultimately stems from his inability to understand that his children had emotional breaking points that couldn't be managed through threats alone, strategic thinking, and long-term planning. The Red Wedding reveals Tywin's strategic mastery. From a tactical perspective, Robb Stark was winning battles and proving difficult to defeat conventionally. Tywin needed a solution eliminating the threat, while minimizing his own risk and resources. By working through Walder Frey and Roose Bolton, he maintained plausible deniability while binding them to him through mutual guilt and dependence on his protection. The massacre eliminated not just Robb, but his entire command structure in a single night, achieving what conventional warfare would require months and thousands of casualties to accomplish. Strategic thinking of this caliber requires several capabilities. First, thinking multiple moves ahead, anticipating cascading effects. Tywin knew the Red Wedding would create long-term political consequences, but calculated that being feared as ruthless would serve Lannister interests despite damage to their honor. Second, information superiority. Tywin established extensive spy networks and kept his plans closely guarded. The letters coordinating the Red Wedding were sent via ravens, using secure communications for operational security. Third, separating emotion from decisions. This is where Tywin's psychopathic traits serve his strategy. Most people couldn't orchestrate such betrayal because emotional barriers would interfere. Tywin experiences none of these impediments. Research on strategic thinking shows effective strategists engage in systems thinking, practice scenario planning, and demonstrate cognitive flexibility. Tywin exhibits all these capabilities. When Joffrey proves uncontrollable, Tywin doesn't stubbornly continue supporting him. He simply assumes control. When Tyrion successfully defends King's Landing, Tywin still dismisses him, because Tyrion's value as a scapegoat outweighs his value as an asset. Ruthless pragmatism defines every calculation. Yet this strategic thinking contains inherent limitations. By viewing everything through utility and advantage, strategic manipulators fail to account for variables that can't be quantified. Human emotion, moral conviction, the limits of fear, the eventual breaking point when manipulation goes too far. Tywin's children weren't simply pieces on his board. They were human beings with emotional needs. And his failure to recognize this wasn't brilliance, but a fatal blind spot. Emotional manipulation of family. Family manipulation relies on twisting love, duty, and identity into instruments of control. Each of Tywin's children bears psychological scars, revealing the mechanics of emotional manipulation with disturbing clarity. Tyrion receives the most overtly cruel treatment. From birth, Tywin views his dwarf son as personal embarrassment. By establishing impossible standards, Tywin creates a dynamic where Tyrion constantly seeks approval he'll never receive, a classic manipulation tactic. Tyrion's brilliance should make him invaluable, but acknowledging this would require valuing something Tywin has decided to devalue. This warps Tyrion's sense of self, creating excessive drinking, self-destructive behavior, and depression, all symptoms of prolonged emotional abuse. Yet Tyrion remains desperate for his father's approval, unable to break free from seeking validation from his trauma's source. Conditional love explains much of Tywin's manipulation. Unlike unconditional love providing security, conditional love creates anxiety and dependency. Cersei experiences this devastatingly. Tywin sees her intelligence, but only values it for securing political marriages. He dismisses her governance desires, telling her she's not suited for leadership despite acknowledging her capability. This double bind, having capacity for power but being denied it, leaves her ambitious and resentful, constantly trying to prove worth through increasingly destructive means. The manipulation operates through gaslighting, making someone doubt their own reality. Cersei knows she's intelligent and capable, yet Tywin repeatedly tells her she's wrong. Her judgment is flawed. This creates cognitive dissonance, damaging her ability to trust her own judgment, leading to swings between grandiose confidence and paranoid insecurity. Jaime's manipulation takes another form, idealization becoming its own trap. As the golden son receiving approval, he seems privileged, but this approval comes with chains. Tywin's entire vision rests on Jaime leaving the Kingsguard, returning to Casterly Rock, marrying and producing heirs. Jaime's desires don't matter. This represents making victims feel responsible for the manipulator's dreams. Tywin frames this as obligation rather than control. Jaime should want to serve House Lannister. Any resistance becomes selfishness. Any pursuit of his own path becomes betrayal. Tywin employs triangulation, playing family members against each other. When wanting Jaime to leave the Kingsguard, he offers to spare Tyrion, using one son to control another. He uses emotional blackmail, framing demands as family legacy rather than personal desire, making individual desires seem like selfish betrayal. Most destructively, he uses invalidation, consistently dismissing others' feelings. When Cersei expresses frustration, he dismisses it as irrelevant emotion. This teaches his children their feelings don't matter, their perceptions can't be trusted, their worth depends on external validation. The long-term damage is severe. Children raised with conditional love, constant criticism, and invalidation develop complex trauma, affecting their entire lives, struggling with self-worth, difficulty in relationships, becoming manipulative themselves, or swinging between people-pleasing and explosive rebellion. Tywin creates these exact patterns in all three children. The fatal flaws and legacy. Tywin's first flaw was pride, profound overestimation of his control. He mastered external variables, but failed to account for internal ones, emotional states, personal limits, human needs. His underestimation of Tyrion proved literally fatal. Tywin believed fear and duty would keep Tyrion controllable, failing to recognize limits to how far you can push someone. By putting Tyrion on trial for murder, he didn't commit. By sleeping with Tyrion's lover Shay, by years of relentless abuse, Tywin pushed past the point where normal incentives could maintain control. When Tyrion found him on that privy with a crossbow, the years of manipulation reached their logical conclusion. Research shows abuse victims often remain trapped by fear or hope things will improve. But there's typically a breaking point where motivation shifts from avoiding consequences to simply making the pain stop. Tywin couldn't conceive anyone would choose certain death over continued submission. a failure of imagination stemming from his psychopathic inability to understand emotional experience. Tywin's treatment of Cersei created another disaster. By simultaneously praising and denying her power, he cultivated a dangerous, insecure leader who would destroy House Lannister from within. After his death, Cersei tried ruling through fear and manipulation like him, but lacked his strategic patience and ability to distinguish necessary ruthlessness from self-defeating cruelty. This reveals manipulative leadership's second flaw. It doesn't build sustainable systems. Tywin maintained power through personal capabilities, but failed developing those capabilities in others because doing so would require acknowledging them as potential equals. When he died, everything built on fear of him quickly collapsed. The Red Wedding demonstrated critical limitations. It eliminated military threats efficiently, but destroyed the sacred trust of guest right. Fear maintains order only to a point. Beyond that, it creates desperate enemies with nothing to lose. Once guest right could be violated for political advantage, no alliance was secure. The order he tried creating through fear was actually fragile chaos held together by terror. Tywin's narcissism meant he surrounded himself with sycophants or enemies, no real advisors whose counsel he valued. This created an echo chamber where assumptions went unchallenged and biases reinforced. The psychology of power reveals this common trap. As people gain power, they receive less honest feedback and become less receptive to feedback they do receive. This creates a dangerous loop where increasing power leads to decreasing self-assessment accuracy, leading to greater strategic errors undermining that power. Perhaps his deepest flaw was misunderstanding what creates lasting legacy. Tywin believed fear and respect would ensure prominence for generations, but legacy isn't built on fear. It's built on foundations outlasting individual lives. By his death, House Lannister was feared, but also isolated, hated, dependent on a single aging man. His children were psychologically damaged, his alliances based on coercion, his methods created enemies pursuing vengeance across generations. Within years, the house he built was destroyed, not by conquest, but by internal rot his methods created. This represents the ultimate irony. Tools providing short-term power often undermine long-term stability. Fear motivates only while its source remains credible. Manipulation works only until people realize they're manipulated. Control through emotional abuse creates psychological damage, eventually manifesting as rebellion or collapse. In trying to make House Lannister invincible, Tywin made it brittle, strong under pressure, but likely to shatter if struck at the right point. Tywin's legacy, not the powerful dynasty he envisioned, but 3 broken children, a destroyed house, and a cautionary tale about manipulation's limits. He demonstrated that intelligence, strategic thinking, and ruthless pragmatism achieve extraordinary results. But he also demonstrated that these qualities, divorced from empathy or genuine connection, ultimately consume themselves. The most chilling aspect is recognizing these patterns exist in our reality. The tactics Tywin used, emotional manipulation, conditional love, gaslighting, triangulation, strategic ruthlessness, appear in families, workplaces, and relationships worldwide. Understanding how manipulation works helps us identify and resist it. Tywin remains fascinating because he's such a perfect embodiment of dark triad psychology in action, showing manipulation at its most skilled and strategic. Yet his fate reminds us that being a perfect manipulator doesn't make you invincible. It makes you effective until the moment it makes you vulnerable. And that vulnerability, when it arrives, is often absolute. As you drift towards sleep, consider the line between effective leadership and toxic manipulation. Tywin showed us what happens when that line is crossed so completely that manipulation becomes an art form. He also showed us where that path leads, not to lasting legacy, but to isolation, hatred, and an ignoble end in the most undignified of places. Before you drift off, remember to like and subscribe if you found this exploration of psychological manipulation informative. These deep dives into the darker aspects of human psychology help us understand not just fictional characters, but the patterns that shape our own world. Sweet dreams, and may your relationships be free from the manipulation that destroyed House Lannister from within. Welcome back to another peaceful evening together. Tonight, we embark on a different kind of journey, one that winds through the fascinating territories of the human mind itself. As you settle into comfort, perhaps noticing the weight of your body against the surface beneath you, we'll explore the rich and intricate world of psychology, that noble science dedicated to understanding what makes us who we are. The word psychology itself carries a certain poetry, derived from the Greek psyche, meaning soul or mind, and logos, meaning study. It represents humanity's ancient quest to comprehend the invisible forces that shape our thoughts, feelings, and actions. For thousands of years, philosophers pondered the nature of consciousness, but it wasn't until the late 1800s that psychology emerged as a distinct scientific discipline, complete with laboratories, experiments, and systematic observations. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast landscape at twilight, when the world takes on that particular quality of stillness. Before you stretches an endless terrain of hills and valleys, rivers and forests, each representing different aspects of human experience. Some regions are well mapped, their features documented through decades of careful research. Others remain mysterious, their boundaries shifting like morning mist. This is the landscape of psychology, a domain as varied and complex as the human beings it seeks to understand. As you breathe slowly and steadily, consider that every thought passing through your mind right now, every sensation you're experiencing, every memory that surfaces unbidden, represents the subject matter of psychological science. The way you perceive these words, the manner in which you're processing their meaning, the subtle shifts in your emotional state as you listen, all of these phenomena fall within psychology's vast domain of inquiry. Tonight's exploration will carry us through several major territories within this landscape. We'll traverse the realm of cognitive psychology, where researchers study the invisible machinery of thought itself. We'll journey through developmental psychology, witnessing how human beings grow and change across the entire arc of life. We'll enter the intricate social world, examining how we influence and are influenced by those around us. We'll visit the healing practices of clinical psychology, understanding how psychological science helps those who struggle. We'll peer into the biological foundations of mind through neuroscience, and we'll ascend to the sunlit peaks of positive psychology, where researchers study human flourishing. Finally, we'll explore the patterns that make each individual unique through personality psychology. The beauty of this journey is that it requires nothing from you except gentle attention. You need not remember everything, need not take notes or prepare for an examination. Simply allow the information to wash over you like waves on a quiet shore, carrying you gradually toward rest and renewal. If your mind wanders, that's perfectly natural. If you drift towards sleep, that's exactly as it should be. The purpose of this exploration is not mastery, but companionship, a way of occupying your thoughts with something interesting and absorbing as your body and mind transition toward the restoration of sleep. So breathe deeply, settle in, and let us begin our unhurried tour through the remarkable science of psychology. The architecture of thought, exploring cognitive psychology. Picture a vast library, its shelves extending into dimness, filled with millions of books, documents, and scrolls. Now, imagine this library is alive, constantly reorganizing itself, creating new connections between distant volumes, sometimes misplacing items, occasionally inventing entirely new categories. This living, breathing archive represents your cognitive system, the collection of mental processes that allow you to think, remember, perceive, and reason about the world. Cognitive psychology emerged as a dominant force in the mid-20th century, challenging the prevailing behaviorist view that psychology should study only observable actions. Cognitive psychologists insisted that the mind itself, that invisible theater of thought, deserved scientific investigation. They developed clever experiments and sophisticated theories to understand how information flows through human consciousness, how we store and retrieve memories, how we solve problems, and how we make sense of the endless stream of sensory information bombarding us each moment. Let's begin with memory, perhaps the most studied aspect of cognition. Close your eyes for a moment and recall your breakfast this morning. Notice how that memory arrives, perhaps bringing with it sensory details, the taste of coffee or the texture of toast. This simple act of remembering involves an intricate dance of neural activity, a symphony of connections firing across your brain. Memory is not a single thing, but rather a collection of different systems working in concert. Short-term memory, sometimes called working memory, serves as a temporary workspace where you hold information for immediate use. Right now, as you listen to these words, your working memory is active, holding the beginning of this sentence while you process its conclusion, allowing you to grasp the complete meaning. Research suggests that this system can hold roughly 5 to 9 items at once, though this number varies between individuals and depends on the nature of the information. Working memory isn't just passive storage. Think of it as a mental workbench, where you manipulate information, solve problems, and make decisions. When you calculate a tip at a restaurant, remember a phone number long enough to dial it, or follow a set of directions, you're using working memory. This system has several components. The phonological loop handles verbal and acoustic information, like when you repeat a phone number to yourself. The visuospatial sketchpad manages visual and spatial information, allowing you to mentally rotate objects or remember where you parked your car. A central executive coordinates these systems, deciding where to allocate attention and controlling the flow of information. But working memory is fleeting, its contents disappearing within seconds unless actively maintained. For information to persist beyond this brief window, it must be transferred to long-term memory, a seemingly limitless storehouse of everything you've ever learned, experienced, or imagined. Unlike short-term memory's narrow bottleneck, long-term memory appears to have virtually infinite capacity. You can learn new information throughout your life without running out of space, though accessing specific memories may become more difficult as the archive grows larger. Long-term memory itself divides into several categories. Explicit memory, also called declarative memory, contains information you can consciously recall and describe. This includes episodic memory, your personal autobiography of specific events and experiences, like your first day of school or last summer's vacation. It also includes semantic memory, your general knowledge about the world, facts like the capital of France or the meaning of democracy. These two types of explicit memory feel different when you access them. Episodic memories have a quality of mental time travel. You re-experience the past. Semantic memories feel more like consulting an internal encyclopedia. Implicit memory, by contrast, operates largely outside conscious awareness. This system stores skills and procedures, the how-to knowledge that allows you to ride a bicycle, tie your shoes, or type on a keyboard. Once learned, these procedural memories become automatic, executing smoothly without requiring conscious attention. In fact, trying to consciously monitor an automatic skill often disrupts performance. Athletes call this paralysis by analysis, the way overthinking a golf swing or tennis serve can cause it to fall apart. The process of forming memories, called encoding, determines whether information makes it into long-term storage. Simply exposing yourself to information isn't enough. Effective encoding requires attention, elaboration, and organization. The depth of processing matters tremendously. If you merely read words without thinking about their meaning, you'll remember little. But if you relate new information to existing knowledge, generate examples, ask questions, or explain concepts in your own words, you create richer, more durable memory traces. Retrieval, the process of accessing stored information, is equally fascinating. Memories aren't retrieved whole and intact, like pulling a book from a shelf. Instead, retrieval is reconstructive, assembling fragments of information into a coherent whole. This reconstruction process makes memory vulnerable to distortion and error. Every time you recall an event, you slightly modify the memory, potentially introducing new details or losing old ones. Eyewitness testimony, once considered highly reliable in legal settings, is now understood to be surprisingly fallible due to these reconstructive processes. Context plays a powerful role in memory. Information learned in one environment is often easier to recall in that same environment, a phenomenon called context-dependent memory. Studying for an exam in the same room where you'll take it can boost performance. Even internal states matter. If you learned something while happy, you might recall it more easily when happy again, a pattern called state-dependent memory. Forgetting, far from being a failure of memory, serves important functions. Imagine if you remembered every trivial detail of every moment of your life. The sheer volume of irrelevant information would overwhelm your cognitive system. Forgetting filters out the noise, allowing important information to stand out. Some forgetting occurs because memory traces decay over time without use. Other forgetting results from interference when similar memories compete for retrieval. Learning new material can interfere with old material, and old material can interfere with learning new information. Beyond memory, cognitive psychology explores attention, the spotlight of consciousness that illuminates some information while leaving the rest in shadow. Attention is selective. Right now, you're focused on these words, but countless other stimuli surround you. The temperature of the room, the pressure of your body against the bed, distant sounds, your own breathing. These stimuli exist in the background unless you direct attention toward them. Attention has limits. You cannot fully attend to multiple complex tasks simultaneously. What feels like multitasking is usually rapid switching between tasks, a process that incurs costs in terms of time and accuracy. Divided attention works reasonably well for highly automatic tasks. You can walk and chew gum at the same time, but breaks down when both tasks demand significant cognitive resources. Trying to have a meaningful conversation while composing an email typically produces poor results in both domains. Perception, closely related to attention, involves interpreting sensory information to construct your experience of reality. Perception isn't passive reception, but active construction. Your brain doesn't simply record what's out there like a camera. Instead, it uses incoming sensory data combined with expectations, prior knowledge, and context to build a model of the world. This constructive process normally serves you well, allowing rapid, efficient perception. But it also makes you vulnerable to illusions and misperceptions when your expectations don't match reality. Consider visual perception, probably the most studied sensory system. Light enters your eyes, striking the retina and triggering neural signals that travel to the visual cortex. But these signals carry only fragmentary information, patterns of light and dark, edges and contours. Your brain transforms this fragmentary input into your rich, detailed experience of a three-dimensional world filled with objects, colors, and motion. The brain fills in gaps, makes assumptions, and applies rules to construct this perceptual experience. Gestalt psychologists, working in the early 20th century, discovered many principles governing perceptual organization. Your brain automatically groups stimuli that are close together, similar in appearance, or connected by smooth contours. It perceives figures as separate from backgrounds. It completes incomplete patterns. These organizing principles operate automatically and unconsciously, shaping your perceptual experience before you're even aware of seeing anything. Top-down processing, where expectations and knowledge influence perception, interacts with bottom-up processing, where perception builds from sensory features. When you read, top-down processing allows you to recognize words even when individual letters are ambiguous. When you listen to speech in a noisy environment, top-down processing fills in missing or unclear sounds based on context. These processes usually help, but they can also fool you, as when you hear lyrics differently than they're actually sung or see faces in clouds. Cognitive psychology also examines thinking itself, the manipulation of mental representations to solve problems, make decisions, and reason about possibilities. Human thinking employs both logical, systematic processes and intuitive, rapid shortcuts called heuristics. Heuristics generally work well, allowing quick decisions with minimal effort, but they can lead to systematic errors and biases. The availability heuristic judges frequency or probability based on how easily examples come to mind. If you can quickly recall instances of something, you estimate it as common. This often works. Frequent events are generally more memorable. But vivid, dramatic, or recent events also come to mind easily, even if they're rare. People overestimate the frequency of dramatic events like plane crashes or shark attacks because these incidents receive heavy media coverage, making them easily recalled. The representativeness heuristic judges probability based on similarity to a prototype. If something resembles your mental image of a category, you judge it likely to belong to that category. This can lead to ignoring relevant statistical information. People judge that someone who is quiet, introverted, and detail-oriented is more likely to be a librarian than a farmer, even though farmers vastly outnumber librarians because the description matches their librarian stereotype. Confirmation bias, the tendency to seek, interpret, and remember information that confirms existing beliefs while discounting contradictory evidence, shapes how people form and maintain convictions. Once you adopt a belief, you unconsciously filter subsequent information through that lens, strengthening confidence in the belief regardless of its accuracy. This bias makes changing minds remarkably difficult, even when confronted with compelling counter-evidence. Framing effects demonstrate how the presentation of information influences decisions. The same choice presented in different ways, emphasizing gains versus losses, or framing options positively versus negatively, produces different preferences. These framing effects reveal that decisions aren't based purely on objective analysis, but are influenced by how information is packaged and presented. Cognitive psychology has revealed that human thinking